Welcome back. Now it's time to tell PayPal, hey PayPal, we want you to take this amount of money, which is here in this case, in this example, it's 155, and then we need to tell PayPal, hey PayPal, we want you to let the user pay 155, because PayPal doesn't know about this number. This number is being displayed by our application, not by by PayPal, and PayPal doesn't know about it. So let's now do this. Let's tell PayPal about this number. So how can we do this? Let me show you how we can do this. So now in our project, in order to tell PayPal, hey PayPal, we have this amount, we need to find where the amount is. So where is the amount? The amount, first of all, is this. Remember, the amount is stored here in the session, is stored in the session total, or in the total in the order total price. So it's either one of them. So we need to get these we need to get them and display them here. Display them here instead of this value. And before we do this, we have to, but before we do this, we need to decide which one we are going to be using. So how can we do that? To do that, we need here, in case the user wants to pay after they added something to the cart, then here after echoing here, what we want to do is that we need to create here another PHP code here, PHP, and then in this PHP code we need to say amount is going to be equal now to the session, and then total. Similarly here, in case the user came from their account, we need to display the same exact code. PHP amount is equal to post order total price, or order total price. And it's very important to know that PayPal wants this number as a string, so we need to convert this into a string. I'm going to say str val, this value, and then I'm gonna pass this into it. Similarly here, I'm gonna say here str val, and then I'm gonna pass the value into it. So now we have this amount. This amount will be used in the script. Now we can use it in the script to tell PayPal about the money that the user must pay. So here, as you can see, we have this 77. So instead of saying 77, we need to remove this 77, and instead we need to use PHP. We need to say PHP, and then we need to say echo amount, and then semicolon. That's it. Very, very simple. And then click on Save All. So again, let me explain this one more time because I think you might have gotten confused. So here, again, if user came from the cart, first we need to check that we need to make sure that the cart is not empty and the total is not empty and it's not 0 either. And then at this point we can get the total, and then we can store the total in a variable called amount. And then we need to convert it to a string using the str function. And in case user came from their account because they want to pay for an order that they have created earlier, we should use the order total price and store it in a variable called amount. And by the way, here it's better also to check that the order total price is not empty, but it's 99% gonna be it's 99%, 99.9% not gonna be empty, because it's related to the order status. Whenever we have an order, it means whenever the order status is not paid, then there is a number associated with it. So this is just an extra step you can add, but I'm not going to add it here. Here I'm going to just store the value in the amount. And then lastly here, in case, of course, the buttons will be displayed in both cases. Otherwise, there is no button, so we don't have to worry about anything if there is no order. And then in PayPal's code, we just display this amount, replace this amount rather than the static amount. Now PayPal knows about the value from us. Now PayPal knows that this amount is the amount that the customer should pay. Pretty simple. And then here, upon clicking on the button, this amount will be paid by the user. And here on approve, if the amount has been approved successfully, then PayPal is going to return a few things and we can continue. And by the way, we can here say alert. PayPal already has the code, by the way. It says here alert transaction, so we don't have to worry about this either. Welcome back. Now it's time to test PayPal's button and test payment. So to do this, first of all, you need to add something to the cart, and then you need to place the order and follow all of these steps, and then finally you will end up here in the payment page. Now let's work on this. Let me here refresh to make sure that the code took effect, and let me now click on PayPal's button. Let me click on PayPal. So if I click on it, a pop-up window will be displayed. And as you can see, it will be displayed here, a pop-up window, but now we need to enter an email and a password. So what is the email that you need to enter? You need to enter the email that you have created earlier, the buyer email. Remember, let me show you where it is. So you need to go back to your developer account, and in your account you should look for the buyer email. So this is the business email. The business, of course, the business is not going to pay to themselves. The buyer should pay to the business. So let me go back to my account, to my apps, and go to the email. So you need to head on over to your account and then click on accounts under sandbox. Click on accounts, and here you'll find all of your business and personal accounts. So we need to use the personal account. I'm going to copy the email. You need to copy the email, this email. You need to copy it. You need to copy this email. Let me click here on view edit account. And as you can see, this is the total, this is the complete email ID. You need to copy this ID. You need to copy this ID, and you need to know the password, because I'm going to be using these in order to log in and test. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to head on over to my website. So remember, my website, when I clicked on the button, it here is asking me to log in. So let me paste the email, and let me paste the password. So let me go back to PayPal. And here we have the password. Let me copy the password, which is this password. Let me copy the password. And let me head on over back to the website. And now let me paste the password. And let me here click on login. So as you can see, I will be logged in now, and here it says 155. So it's correct. Remember, the amount is 155. This is the amount, 155. So now the amount has been transferred to PayPal correctly, 155. So as you can see, the user can now pay using PayPal balance or Visa card or anything, any method that PayPal provides. Let's use the PayPal balance. And then let me click on here, pay now. Let me here click on pay now. And here it says processing. And as you can see here, it says transaction completed, and it returned here a number where we can use it later, but this number, this transaction completed, it means that payment was processed successfully, and it means that everything is perfect. Now what we need to do is that we need to make sure that this happened correctly. So I'm going to head on over back to PayPal. Now in PayPal, remember, we have two emails. We have the business and personal. Let's now check the balance of the business and the balance of the buyer. So the customer, this is the email of the customer. Let me click on funding and see if money went down or not. As you can see, now the balance initially was 5,000. Now the balance is 4,845. So the balance decreased by $155, which is the amount of money that the user had to pay to us in order to get the shoes. Similarly, in the business account, if you check the funding here, if you click on edit account, and if you click on funding, if you click, let me show you this, if you click on funding, you'll find that the balance increased here. The balance now is 5,149. Why it's not 155? Why it's 149? Because PayPal takes a commission. PayPal takes a commission. This is why it's not exactly 155. So whenever you make payment with PayPal, PayPal is going to take a commission. I think it's 2.5 to up to 5%, but it depends upon your country and it depends upon your business. Many things can affect the amount of money that PayPal takes from this total, but you are going to get here the amount, and it means that it works successfully. So now we know that payment was processed successfully, and the payment has been integrated successfully into our website. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on a very important thing, or actually two things. The first thing is that here in the payment.php, we need to replace this if statement above. We need to add this if statement above the session. In other words, we want to give the priority to the orders that are inside the user's account, because if user clicks on a button from their account on the order, on the details of the order, or actually on the payment of the order from their account, and if they have something in the cart, the priority will be to the cart, to the products in the cart, and the order will not be the user will not be able to pay for the order that is waiting in their account. So this is a problem, and to fix it, we just need to copy this code and then add it above the session, and then here, instead of saying else if, we need to say if, and for the session we need to say we need to close the curly bracket and then else if. That way it will be fixed. And there are so many ways to fix this. You can even create a variable to decide whether the user came from. So you can decide whether the user came from their account or from the session or from the cart. But this is going to fix it, so you don't have to do that, but it depends upon how you want to do it. So let me use this method and show you that it will work. So if I go to the cart, let me go to the cart, and if I click on checkout, and if I go to my, if I fill out this form, and if I click on place order, the order will be placed, and here it's going to display the amount. And if I go to my account and click on one of the orders, for example the first order, click on details and then click on payment, the amount is 405. So we don't have a collision between the amount in the cart and the amount in the user's account, the products in the user's account, which is great, which is very important and great. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to take the user to another page after they complete a payment. So here, for example, if user wants to buy these two items and clicks on the PayPal account, PayPal button and logs in, and after the user, let me show you the complete process. So here it's going to display the total amount, which is 405, as you can see, 405. Now if user clicks on Pay Now, and the process will be successful, as you can see, transaction completed, and if I click on OK, nothing is going to happen. And this is a problem because the user might think that something is wrong and they may pay again. So we need to take the user to a new page and tell them that everything was fine. So how can we do that? To do that, we need to create a new page. So what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to say window.location.href and then .href, and then I'm going to say I'm going to go to a new page that's going to finalize everything. That's going to change the order status and store payment information in the database. So here I'm going to say window location href, and then I'm going to say server / complete underscore payment .php, and then I'm going to pass a couple of parameters. I'm going to say here I'm going to say we need to pass the transaction ID. So I'm going to say here transaction ID. I'm going to copy this, and then here I'm going to say transaction underscore ID is equal to, and then plus, and then I'm going to paste the transaction ID, and then I'm going to say plus, and then I'm going to say and order underscore ID is equal to order ID. We need to get the order ID. So I'm going to say here PHP, I'm going to say plus, and then PHP, and then echo order ID. Here order underscore ID. However, we need to get the order ID. Where should we get the order ID from? So to get the order ID, remember there are two pages where we get to the payment page from. So we have the order details. In the order details, we can get to the payment page from the order details. Therefore, in the order details, we need to create a new input here and pass the order ID. So I'm going to say here input type hidden name order ID, and value is equal to PHP order ID echo order ID. But where is the order ID? Here, remember, we have at the top, we have here order details, we have the order items, and we have here the post order ID. So we need to use this order ID. So I'm going to say, instead of saying this, I'm going to say echo post order ID. Or we already, by the way, here we already store the order ID. So we can, instead of saying post, I'm going to say order ID because we stored it in a local variable here. Order ID. However, there is another page where we can get to the payment page from, which is the place. It's not a page. It's this file, place order. So from the place order, remember here we can go and we should go to the payments from here. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to store the order ID in the session, or we can pass it, but I think in the session would be better. I'm going to say session, and then order underscore ID, is equal to order ID. And then in the payment here, what we need to do is that in case the user came from the order details, we can say PHP and then order ID would be equal to post order ID. And if user came from the cart, what we need to do is that we need to do the same thing, but this time the order ID is going to be equal to session order ID. Session order ID. And here don't forget the semicolon. That's it. Now we need to pass the order ID, so we have here pass the order ID, and that's it. Now we need to head on over to the complete payment. So I'm going to create now a complete payment .php here in this file, new file, complete underscore payment .php. And in the complete payment.php, what we need to do is that we need to do two things. We need to change the order. We need here, let me add a comment, change order status to paid. And the second thing is to store payment info in database. That's it. Very, very simple. And then just go to user account. Very simple. So in order to do all of these, first here in the payment we have the transaction ID, and here transaction ID and the order ID. So I'm gonna again go to by the way, we need the user ID, but the user ID is stored in the session, so we don't have to worry about it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the complete payment, and then I'm going to say if is set get and then transaction ID and is set order ID get order ID order ID. Then we need here to complete and do everything. So here let me add the comments inside this if statement here, and then here, and then here. Let me remove these and also remove it from here. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to change the order status. So to change the order status, we need to access the orders table. So I'm going to copy a code from the place order because we already have the code. First, we need to connect to the database and start a session. So I'm going to copy these two, and then I'm going to paste it at the top here. We need to say session start and include connection. And then we need to update. So to update, I think we have a code that updates in the account. Remember, in the account we have a code that we already used here, this update. So I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to copy these two lines, and then I'm going to paste them here. And then we need here to say connection. Let me push this because these must be inside Let me push these. So here I'm going to say connection prepare update orders, and then set order status, and then question mark where uh, order ID, order ID. So we need to say bind param order status s and I for order ID, and then we need to say here order status and order ID. And here order ID is equal to the order ID get order ID. And the order status, order underscore status is going to be equal to paid. At this point, it has been paid. And the transaction, we also need to say transaction ID is equal to get transaction ID. And here we update this, and then we need to say execute here, stmt execute. So this is the first step. The second step is that we need to store the payment info. So to store in the payment info, we need to say stmt and then stmt1 now, another statement, and then we need to say con and then prepare and then insert. But instead of creating this code from scratch, let me get a code from here. So here we have this insert. So let me get, I think this is shorter, so I'm going to get this one. I'm going to get this one, and then I'm going to paste it here in the complete payment. And then here I'm going to say statement 1. So stmt1 is equal to connection prepare insert into payments. And then what we want to insert is that we want to insert the order ID, order underscore ID, and we need to insert the order status, the user ID, and the transaction ID. The order status is not important here. The order status is not important, but the user ID is very important. The order ID is also very important. The transaction ID is also important. We don't need this. We don't need any of these. And we don't need the order status because payments, it means that obviously we aren't storing something that hasn't been paid. We are storing only payments. So I'm going to say here 3 question marks. We need the order ID, the user ID, and the transaction ID. And then here we need to say statement 1 and then bind param. We need to bind the I. And we need to bind order ID and user ID, which doesn't exist. Let me create it. And transaction ID. And we need to remove all of these things. So we need to get the user ID. Where's the user ID? The user ID is in the session. So I'm going to say user ID is equal to session. User ID. And then we say here statement 1, not just statement, and then execute. Finally, we go to user account. So I'm going to say header, and then location, and then account.php, and then you can pass even a parameter, say remember in the account, let me go to the account. In the account we have in the bottom here, we have I think at the top, not in the bottom, we have username, user email, message, I think message, let's say here message, payment successful is equal to, or payment message, I'm going to say payment message is equal to paid successfully. Thanks for your payment. Thanks for your shopping with us. And that's it. Now we need to create the payments table in order to be able to continue. And else we need to exit this page and take the user to header, and then location index.php, and then exit. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to create the payments table. And to create the payments table, you need to open the database, and then you need to click on SQL. And then I'm going to use SQL to create the table. So I'm going to paste this code. So this code is going to create the table. So let me explain this code. This code is going to create the payments table where there will be 4 columns. The first column is payment ID. And the payment ID is going to be integer of 11 digits. And it's going to be auto increment, so it's going to be unique. And then we will have the order ID, the user ID, the transaction ID, and the primary key is the payment ID. And if you want to use this code, you need to pause the video right now and type this code. So again, you need to pause and type this in your SQL. Just pause the video and type this command: create table if not exists, payments, payment ID, etc. So all of this code, you need to type this code. And once you are done, just click on go, and this is going to create the table. And you should find the table here among your tables. As you can see inside the database, you will find that we have a new table now called payments. If you click on it, you will find that here, if you click on the structure, you'll find the structure. We have payment ID, order ID, user ID, and transaction ID. Make sure that payment ID is auto increment. This is very important. That's it. Now we have this payments table. Now we can use this payments table to complete to store payments. So let me now head on over to the project and work on this. So now in the project, as you can see, we continued. We finished this code. I finished working on this code, which is complete payment. Let me now test this code. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to start the process from scratch. So I'm going to create a new order. I'm going to go back to home, or alternatively, I can pay for an order that I already have. So as you can see, I have so many orders. For example, let me here pay for this order. Let me here click on details, and here let me click on pay now. So if I click on pay now, the PayPal button will be displayed right here. As you can see, PayPal payment button. Let me click on it, and I will be connected to PayPal, and I need to log in first. So again, you need to log in with the buyer account that you created, and then click on next, and then you need to type the password, and then click on login. So I should here get 405. So here, as you can see, 405. So let me now use use my balance to pay. I'm going to click on pay now, and here it says processing. And as you can see, what I'm going to get here is that I'm going to get an error. This is a very common error. This error, even though this error is basic, many developers fall into this type of error. So let me show you how to fix this error. So now remember in the complete payment.php, here I said location account.php. However, the account is outside the server. Therefore, we need to say dot and then forward slash and then account.php. This is very important. Let me click on file and test one more time. So I'm going to go back and then I'm going to pay for another order. Let me go back and here it says paid. But it did not redirect me to the correct page. So let me test one more time. I'm going to click here on details and then I'm going to pay for this. Let me click on pay now and here. Let me now pay for this order. And as you can see, it was paid successfully and it took me to this page. As you can see, it says here paid. Paid here, this order was paid and this order was paid. But the problem is that we still need to display a success message. So let's work on displaying a success message. So in the account, here after we take the user to the account page, we have this variable, payment message. So we need to display this payment message. So in the account, I'm going to open the account. And then in the account, what I'm going to do is that above this, I'm going to show you exactly where I'm going to display the message. I'm going to display the message here, specifically here. So here, let me show you where it's going to be displayed. So I'm going to say here message, and then I'm going to save and refresh to show you the location. So if I refresh here, the message will be displayed here, but we need to fix the design. So let me here say class, and then margin top 5, and I'm going to also say text center. So let me refresh, and it will be displayed here. So the message will be displayed here. So to do this, to display the message, we need to use PHP. I'm going to say here PHP, and then here first we need to check. I'm going to say if what, if get, because this is a get, payment message is set, first is set get payment underscore message. If we have this message, then curly bracket, and then we need here to open another PHP, and then we need here to say we need to close the curly bracket, and then I'm going to copy this P paragraph, and then I'm going to paste it between here in between. And what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to add here space to show you the block of code, which is this. Here, all you need to do is that you need to say PHP, and then echo, and then get payment message, payment underscore message, and then semicolon. And make sure that the payment message key is equal to this one, payment message. Make sure that you don't have any typos. So let's now test another time. So to test one more time, let me first refresh, and here as you can see it says paid successfully. So the reason is because I'm still in the same page, but let me also add a color to this message. I'm gonna say style color green, because this is a success message. Let me now go back and pay for one of these orders. So we have order. I'm going to click on details and then pay now, and then I'm going to click on PayPal and let me pay for this order. Let me click on Pay Now. And as you can see, it's going to say here, paid successfully, thanks for your shopping with us. And if you scroll, you'll find that the order here, it says paid. So the process was successful. And if you click on details, you should never find the pay now button because this order was paid already. So it's great. Now it's great. And you as the owner, you have control over displaying the status. So you can now, if an order is paid, if in the database you find, if you go to the database and um, check the orders and find that an order was paid, you can start shipping that order to the user. So if you find, of course you need to monitor your orders regularly, and then if you find that an order was paid, you can start shipping it, and you can change the status from paid to shipped or delivered, and it will automatically be displayed here to the user. So for example, if you are the owner and if you changed this to shipped, for example, if you say here shipped, and if you update this, now in my account as the customer, here it's going to say shipped. So the customer will know whether the order was shipped or not. And if it's delivered, you need to say here delivered. Delivered. And of course the user will have received, by that time the user will have received the order, as you can see, delivered. And regarding this message, as soon as you go away from this page and go back to your account, the message will never be displayed again, which is great. So the payment system now is complete. Finally, in the payments, if you click on payments, you should find that the order was, as you can see, the order was the payment was stored. So the payment here, payment ID, the order ID, and the user ID. So the user ID is 1, that's correct. The order ID is 5, 6, and 10. You can verify this by going to the orders. So order number 5 paid, order number 6 paid, order number 10 paid, and I changed this to delivered. For the transaction ID, the transaction ID is given by PayPal. So you can't change this. It's given by PayPal. PayPal decides the transaction ID. It could be a number, it could be a string, it could be a combination of numbers and strings. So you shouldn't change this. PayPal is going to give you the transaction ID, and you need to get the transaction ID here from the GET request. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to store also the date in the payments table. So the day on which the payment took place. So I'm going to create a new here. I'm going to add here one column, and then I'm going to say add after transaction ID. I'm going to click go, and then I'm going to create a new field here called payment underscore date, and it's just going to be a date. It's going to be a date, and just click on save here, save. So it's just going to store the date, just like the orders here, the structure in the orders. You'll find that we have here a date time. So you can use date or date time. It's up to you. Date time is going to display the complete date, the exact hour and minutes and seconds. So you can select you can select one of them. You can select date or date time. If you want a complete description, if you want the hour and the minutes and the seconds, you can say date time. Let's use date time because you might want complete details. Now we need to, here in the complete payment, we need to pass the date. So to pass the date, we need, remember in the place order we used this code. So we can copy this line of code, and then here in the complete payment, you can say here payment underscore date is equal to, and then the date. And then you can pass the date here. You can say order ID, transaction ID, or user ID, transaction ID, comma, payment date. And then here order ID, user ID, transaction ID, and payment date. And here I, and then the transaction, by the way, is string. It's not an integer. According to PayPal's documentation, the transaction is a string. So we need here to say S, and the date is S also. It's not integer. Now let me save and let me test and see how this is going to work. So let me go to my account and let me pay for one of the orders. So I have so many orders. Let me, for example, pay for this order. Here, I think this was paid. This one was paid. So let me pay for this one. This one, let me pay here. So let me click on Pay Now, PayPal button, and let me pay now. And by the way, if user closes down this window, there is no error. So it's a great thing that the user will know that there is no error. If the user decides to pay, they just would click again on the button and it will start loading. And PayPal, by the way, is going to display an error message here automatically if something goes wrong. So you don't have to worry about this either. Because the reason is because this happens outside. You need to know that this happens outside your website. As you can see, this is a pop-up window that points to PayPal. So PayPal will take care of the errors here. Let me here click on Pay Now and see what's going to happen. So here we have an error here. It says call to a member function on Boolean. So we have a problem on line 28. So the problem here on line 28 is that I said order ID and then user ID and then transaction ID and then payment date, and here I forgot to pass the question mark. I need to say here comma and then question mark. So again, this is a common mistake, but it's a simple mistake. You can figure this mistake out quickly. Let me save and test one more time. And it's great that I'm getting these errors because you will learn from these errors. So let me go back and test one more time. I'm going to go back to the order and then let me pay now. Let me click on pay now or PayPal button. Let me now click on pay now. And as you can see, payment was successful, and here it says paid. And let me check the database now. So now in the database, in the payments, we should have everything. Now we should have the date. As you can see now, it's much better. We have the date, we have the transaction, the complete transaction. According to PayPal, again, this is going to be a string. So this is why I changed this to a string. And we got the complete transaction ID. This is very important because if there is any problem, you can contact PayPal and tell them about any problem using this transaction ID. And they will find out about the problem if you want extra information using this transaction. And the user, you will know the order ID, you will know who paid for the order. Everything has been stored here. And if you go to the orders, you should find that the order ID number 11 was paid. As you can see, order number 11 paid, and the user who paid was user number 1. So now our payment system is robust and complete. Welcome back. Now, in order to go live and receive real money from people, you need to change the sandbox environment into the live environment. So you need to head on over to your PayPal developer account and then click or select the live environment, and then you will find all of your apps. Click on the app that you created. So I'm going to click on my app, and then you will find your PayPal account as well as your client ID. what we need is your client ID. So you need to copy your client ID, you need to copy it, and then what you need to do is that you need to replace the sandbox client ID, which is this. You need to remove it from here. You need to remove it from here, and be careful. You need to remove only the client ID. You have to be very careful. And here make sure that it says here client-id is equal to, and then and. Between these, you need to paste your client ID, your live client ID. You need to copy it and paste it here in between. So I'm going to do this step and then I'm going to come back to you. So after you have pasted your real client ID, live client ID here, after the client-id is equal to, now let's test. It's time to test. So in order to test, first of all, you need to head over to your project, and then the first step is that you need to go to the home page and refresh. It's very important to refresh so that the code takes effect. Next, let's pay for an order that I have. So I have here so many orders. For example, I have not paid for this order. So let me here click on details. Let me pay for this order. Now you will notice the difference. The question now is, how would you know that you are now using the live PayPal environment? Well, let me show you what's going to happen now if I click on the PayPal button. Now the difference is that here in the window it says paypal.com. Previously it used to say sandbox.paypal.com. As long as it says here paypal.com, it means that you are using the real environment. So again, as long as it says here paypal.com without sandbox, it means that you are using the real environment. This is very important. Now, if you are using the real environment, real money would be transferred from your account to the account of the owner. So this, if now I log in and pay, my money will be transferred to my business account. So I'm kind of transferring from my personal account to my business account. You can test this. I'd highly recommend testing this. You can create a personal account and then transfer money from your personal account to your business account, just to test that completely even before you let real people transfer real money to your business account. But this, as soon as it says here paypal.com, it means that you are using the real environment. And that's it. Pretty simple. And now the payment system has been integrated successfully into your store, and you can start receiving real money from people. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on extra features that we could add to our project. And the first feature that I'm going to add is the number of items that we have in the cart above this cart. So whenever the user has something in the cart, we need to display the number of items. So to do this, the first step is that we need to calculate the number of items. So in the project, the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to open up the cart, and in the cart called calculate cart. And we can use this function to calculate also the total cart. We can use this function to calculate the number of items that we have. So to do this, we can here, as you can see here, we have this quantity. This quantity is the quantity of each single product. And if we add the quantities of each single product up, if we add them up, we will get the total quantity. So let's here create here total quantity. I'm going to say total underscore quantity. So initially it's going to be 0. And then here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say total underscore quantity. And then it's going to be equal to quantity plus total quantity plus quantity. So we get the initial quantity and then we keep adding the quantities of each single product. And in order to differentiate between the quantity and the price, I'm going to say here total price. And here I'm going to say total price. And here total price. So that's it. Here also total price. And I'm going to create a new session variable called total quantity, or quantity. Let's say quantity, just quantity. So the quantity here is going to be equal to the total quantity. That's it. Now let me save. And this is going to calculate the total quantity if user adds something to the cart, or even if user removes something from the cart. It's always going to recalculate the total price and the total quantity. But this is the logic. Now it's time to work on the design. So we need to use the design in order to display the number here. So before I work on the design, let's continue with the logic. So remember in the header we have this cart icon. Now inside this cart icon, inside the I, I'm gonna say span, and then I'm gonna display a number here just to show you where I'm gonna be displaying. Let's display any number. Now if I refresh, the number will be displayed here. Of course, I'm going to be working on the design later, but now I'm just working on the logic. So to get the actual number of items from the cart, we need to use PHP. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add this in a new line. First, I'm going to add this in a new line, and then I'm going to add also this in a new line, and this in a new line. And then let me show you what I'm gonna do. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna use here PHP. I'm gonna open a PHP tag. I'm gonna say PHP, and then I'm gonna say if session is set session quantity and session quantity is not equal to 0, then I'm gonna open here a curly bracket, and then I'm gonna here close the curly bracket, and then I'm gonna close the PHP, and in between I'm gonna display the number by using the span. I'm gonna say span, and then in between I'm gonna say PHP, and then I'm gonna say echo session, and then quantity, and then semicolon. Let me now save, and let me head on over to the browser and refresh. If I refresh, nothing will be displayed here. As you can see, there is nothing here. There is absolutely nothing here. But if I add something to the cart, let me add something to the cart. Let me here click on buy now, and let me click on add to cart. So now if I add to cart, as you can see here, it's gonna display 1. 1 has been displayed. If I increase the cart, if I say here 3, and if I click on edit, it's gonna say here 3 immediately. However, if you go to another page, it's not gonna be displayed. As you can see, it's not gonna be displayed. And the reason is because we need to initialize the session in the header. Here in the header, I'm using the session, but I didn't initialize the session. So at the top of the header, we need to say PHP, and then session start, and then semicolon, and then click on File, and then Save All. Now, if I refresh, the number of items in the cart will be displayed in every single page in our website. It doesn't matter which page. The cart will the number of items will be displayed here above this cart icon. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on the design of the number of items we have in the cart. So as you can see, the design doesn't look good. We need to display the number right above the icon. So to do this, we need to use CSS. So remember, in the header.php, we have this span, and I'm going to give this span a class. I'm going to say class cart quantity. And then I'm going to create this class in the CSS here. I'm going to create this. I'm going to say here cart quantity. So first of all, I'm going to give it a background. So I'm going to give it a background color of the orange color, and I'm going to also give it a white color. I'm going to give it a color white, and I'm going to give it padding 2px top and bottom, and 5px right and left. And I'm going to also say border radius 50%, because I want to create a circle. I want to create a circle around this number. And finally, I'm going to say margin minus 2px to display the number right above this icon. Let me now click on File and then Save All, and show you how awesome this is. And if I refresh, boom, we have this icon. As you can see, it's being displayed here. You can even fix this further by adding here, by changing this slightly. For example, you can say margin minus 3. If you say minus 3, it's going to be shifted to the icon. You can increase this even further, and I'm going to also say font size 1 rem. I think this is going to fix it and make it even better. So as you can see, it's even better. And let me shift it again a little more to the left side. So as you can see, it's amazing. Now this will always be displayed. Let me test now. So if I go to the cart and if I remove everything from the cart, this will not be displayed anymore because there is nothing in the cart. However, if I add something to the cart, this will be displayed back again into the cart. So if I add this to cart, this will be displayed back again. So now it's perfect. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to get all products and display and activate these sections. So we have dresses, we have watches, we have shoes, so we need to activate all of these. And to do this, we need to open the index. I'm going to open up the index. So in the index, here in the index, we have here at the top the header, and we need to import. Remember, we need to import the. We need to create a file that's gonna get these products. So we need to create a file that's gonna get watches, coats, and shoes. So let me here create these files. I'm gonna here in the server, I'm gonna create a new file called get watches.php, and another file called get coats.php, and we already have the coats, so we need to get the shoes.php. So we have the coats and we have the shoes. So let me copy the coat from the featured. So let me here select all and copy, and then let me here paste it in the shoes and paste it also in the watches. And in the coats, we already have the coat here. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say in the watches get select all from products, and then limit 4. But instead of saying select all from products, we need to add a condition here. We need to say select all from products where product category is equal to exactly like the codes here. So here watches, and here similarly in the shoes we need to say where product category is equal to shoes. And then as we did here, we need to create a different variable. Here let me say here watches just watches or watches product. Let's say watches. And here in the shoes I'm going to say shoes. Now what we need to do is that we need to save everything, and in the index we need to import these files. So we need to import them in the correct section. So we have here the watches. So in the watches what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove all products and I'm going to leave only one. So here, starting from here, I'm going to leave this product. This is the first product. And then I'm going to remove the second, the third, and the fourth. Similarly with the shoes, I'm going to keep only one product here, this. And then I'm going to remove the second, the third, and the last one. And be very careful because you wouldn't want to remove something you want to use. Also in the cuts, or in the actually it's the clothes. So here we already worked on this, so there's no need to do anything here. Now let me refresh, and now as you can see we have one watch and one shoes. And here we have already worked on this earlier. But for the clothes here, we need to activate the button. We need to activate this button just like we did here with the single product. So I'm gonna copy this line of code, and then I'm gonna paste it here in the clothes instead of this button. And let me test. So the clothes should work. Now if I click on add to cart, it's gonna go to the single product page. Now let's work on the watches. So for the watches here, I'm gonna create a loop. I'm gonna say PHP, and then instead of creating the loop, let me copy it from here. And then I'm gonna paste it here, and we need to change the variable. So the variable is here for watches is obviously watches fetch as source, and then at the end we need just to close the PHP curly bracket, and in between we need to display the here the product name PHP, and then echo raw product name, and then product price, echo raw product price. And lastly we need to display the button, so I'm going to get the button from here. We have this button, and then I'm going to paste it here. For the image, we already worked on the image, so instead of repeating this, I'm going to get the image from here. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it below. Similarly, for the shoes, we need to do the same. So I'm going to copy most of the code. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to add it here, and then I'm going to copy the image, and then I'm going to paste it here. And lastly, I'm going to copy these 3 lines. Actually, Yes, these 3 lines. I'm going to copy these 3 lines because they are the same, and then I'm going to paste them here instead of these static lines. And finally, don't forget to close here the PHP curly bracket. Finally, there is a problem that we need to work on, which is importing the files. So you need to import the files right above the loop. So here I'm going to say PHP, and then for the shoes, for the watches first, we need to say include server /get watches here. And for above the shoes, we need also to say PHP include server /get shoes. And let me save and let me refresh. Now I don't think that I have shoes and watches. Therefore, I'm going to get nothing. So the next step is that I'm going to fill up my database with watches and shoes before I test, because as you can see, there is nothing because I didn't add shoes or watches in my database, in my products table. Welcome back. So now if I scroll, I'll find all of the products available because I have added so many products to my database. Now let's test. So we already know that these products will, that we have added these products earlier and they work, they will take you to the single product page. Let's test the second section, which is dresses and coats. Let me, for example, test this one. I'm going to click on buy now. And as you can see, it's going to take me to the single product page, and if I click on the other images, they will be displayed here. So of course you need to add the images of the same product here so that the user can, the customer can check out other images of the same product. Let's test the other section, which is watches. Let me here click on this buy now, and as you can see, it's going to display the image here. And here again I'm adding different images, but again you need to add images of the same product. Here just for testing I'm adding different images of different watches, but you need to add images of the same product but from different dimensions, from different angles. Lastly, we have these shoes. Let me here, for example, test this one. If I click on it, it's going to take me to this page, and I will again be able to check out other images, and everything's perfect. Here, by the way, you need to add more text to describe the product. So here I just added a very simple sentence. But you know how to do this. It's very simple and amazing. Welcome back. So now it's time to add another important feature to our website, which is the pagination. So what is pagination? Pagination is the process of displaying only a certain number of products in the main page, and then adding here a bar. We already added this bar, and that bar will allow users to go to click on a button and get more products and different products. Because the reason why we need pagination, and the reason why so many websites use pagination, is because you cannot display all products in a single page. It's especially if you have a very big e-commerce website. So imagine you have 1,000 products. It's just impossible to display 1,000 products in a single page. Therefore, you need to have pagination, and you need to display. You need to allow users to check out only a certain number of products, and then if they want to check out more products, they would have to click on 2 and then 3 and then 4, etc. This feature is super important and very important, especially if you have a very big e-commerce store. And maybe at the beginning, maybe you wouldn't want pagination, but I promise you, if your business grows, you will at some point need pagination. There is no way you could just run a big e-commerce store website without having pagination. Therefore, pagination is a must. You at some point you would have to have pagination. So let me show you how you can add pagination and how you can activate pagination. We have here this bar, but of course it's not working because we need to activate it. By the way, the process of adding pagination is a little tricky, but I'm gonna try to make it as easy as possible, and also I'm gonna try to make it as fun as possible. So let me go to my project and start working on pagination. First of all, pagination will be added to the shop page because this is the shop page. So in the shop page, remember at the top we have if statement. This if statement will be executed in case user wants to search for a specific product, or in case the user wants to filter products. So for example, if user wants only shoes, coats, or watches, and if user wants products that are under a certain amount of money, then they would have to click on search and first select or set the criteria and then click on search. Else we will get all products, and this is not correct. This is correct only if you have small business, small website. But if you have, say, 1,000 products or more, it would be very difficult to just continue and display all of the products here. It's just not gonna work. So let's now start working on pagination. So here we need to add pagination. Instead of getting all products, we need to remove this code, and instead we need to start working on pagination. So the first thing that we need to do here in this else we need to say if, and then we need to add number of pages. So we need to say if is set, and then get, and then page number, and get page number is not equal to nothing. Then what we need to do at this point, we need to set the page number. So we need to set if the page number is set and it's not 0, then it means that there is a page number. It means that the user is at a specific page number. And at this point, we need to say page number is equal to the get request, because now the get request has been initialized, or was initialized, I should say. So the page number, this variable page number was initialized earlier. Else, if user came to this page, then we need to set the page number to be 1, because the default, this is going to be the default. So the default, if user just came or entered the page, then default page is 1. If user has already entered page, then the page number is the one that he selected. Is the one that they selected. So because they may have clicked on page 2 or 3 or next. So we need to say the page number is going to be equal to this. Now after this point, after this code, what we want to do is that we need to get products from the database. So this is pretty simple. We have already done this many times. I'm going to say statement 1 is equal to connection, and then we need to prepare and get all. Now we need to get all. This is very simple, and we have already done that. Select all, select not all, select count, and I'm going to explain why we need count. We need to get count all as total records from products. So what does this mean? What does this statement mean? This statement is going to get us the total number of products we have in the database. So if you have 1,000 products, it's going to return that number, because there is no way by which you could count the number of products, especially if you have a very big website. You need to use this statement. This is gonna return number of products. So you could have 1,000 products, 10,000 products, it depends. Then what we need to do is that we need to execute the statement stmt1 execute, and then we need to bind the result. We need to say statement 1 and then bind result and store the result in a variable called total records. So this total records is gonna represent the number of products. Then what we want to do is that we want to store the result. So I'm going to say statement 1 store result. Lastly, I'm going to say fetch stmt1 and then fetch. Let me just remove the space because the code is going to get longer and I don't want to confuse you. So the first step is to determine here. The first step is to determine page number. The second step is to return the number of products. The third step is to set the total number of products that you want to display per page. So here we got all of the products, but of course we don't want that. Instead, we need to determine a specific number of products to display per page. For example, you can display 8 products per page, 10 products per page. It depends upon how many you want to display. But my recommendation is not to display more than 20 to 30 products maximum. You wouldn't want to display too many products. So in my case, I'm going to test with 8 products. So I'm going to say here, I'm going to add a comment and then I'm going to say products per page. So here I'm going to say products per page, and this total records per page, total records per page is the number of products that you choose. This is a variable that you choose. I'm going to say 8. I want only 8 products per page. And then I'm going to say offset. This now the tricky part. Offset. So the offset is going to be equal to the page number minus 1 multiplied by the total records per page. Total records per page. This is going to return the offset. Why would we want an offset? Offset is important in order to be able to apply it to the pagination, to the concept of pagination. And then we want to create a variable called previous page. So the previous page, so the previous page is going to be equal to page number minus 1. And we next page. So the next page is going to be equal to page number plus 1. So what are these? These are these buttons. Remember, here at the bottom we have next and previous and next. And in order to go back, we need to create a variable called previous, and in order to go forward, we need to say next. We need to create a variable called next, which is going to increase the number of pages. Next, we want to create a variable called uh, adjacents, which is going to be equal to 2. And next, we want to calculate something important, which is the total number of pages. So how can we get the total number of pages? Well, since we have the total records per page and we have the total records, we have the offset as well. We can calculate the total number of pages. So the total number of pages is going to be equal to CL, because we don't want to get a point. We only want integer. We don't want a decimal number. So the total number of pages is going to be equal to the total records, the total products, divided by the total records per page. Total records per page. Total records per page. Pretty simple. If you divide the total records by the total records per page, you are going to get the total number of pages that you need to display. Lastly, we need to get all products. Now we are done with this. This is the concept of pagination, which is getting the total number of pages, the offset, the next page, the previous page, the adjacents, and the total number of pages. Lastly, we need to get products. Now get all products. But this time I'm not going to display all of them. This time I'm going to divide them to these pages, to the total number of pages. So let's now here create a new statement. I'm going to say statement now. Let's say statement 2 is going to be equal to con, and then prepare, and then select all from products, but we need to use the limit by the offset, and we need to limit also by the total records per page. Total records per page. And lastly, we need to execute and get the result. We need to say here stmt2 execute, and we need to store the result in a variable called products. Now we have the products. So the products is going to be equal to statement 2 get result, and we are good to go. Pretty simple. There's nothing difficult about this. Now let's work on the pagination itself in the bottom. So in the bottom here, what I'm going to do is that I am going to here say below this we need to add PHP code. We need to say here to the previous, we need to add a class to disable the class if we are in the first page. So here inside this class I'm going to add PHP, and then I'm going to check the number of pages. I'm going to say if page number is smaller than 1, then I'm going to say echo, and then I'm going to echo a class called disabled, which is a bootstrap class, and then semicolon. And then inside the a tag itself, inside this a tag, let me add this a tag in a new line. And you have to be very careful because this is tricky. And then you add this in a new line. So inside this a tag, we need to activate the href. So the href is going to be equal to php, and then if page number is smaller than 1, if page number is smaller or equal to 1, then we need to echo hashtag, because it cannot take the user anywhere because the page number is smaller than 1. You cannot go you cannot go to page 0. There is no page 0. And then don't forget here to close the PHP. But we need to also add else. Else if the page number is not smaller than 0, we need to display the link that will allow the user to go back. So else, I'm going to say echo. So what do we want to echo? We want to echo question mark and then page underscore number is equal to dot, and then we concatenate the page number -1, which is the previous. You can use the previous page that we used, but I'm gonna use here page number -1, and that's it. Inside, you just need to close this. Here, you need to close this and display previous. That's it. So this is for the previous. This is for the previous page. Let's now work on the next, because it's a little tricky, and then I'm going to work on the numbers. So for the next, we need to do the same. So here in this class, I'm going to say PHP, and then inside that PHP, we need to check the page number. I'm going to say if page number is greater than or equal the total number of pages. If this is the last page, then we need to echo disabled, because the user cannot go further. This is the last page. Else we need to display the link. So in the A tag here there's nothing else. Here in the A tag we need to display a link. So here in the A tag, I'm going to say PHP, and then first I'm going to check again. I'm going to do the if statement. I'm going to say if page number is greater than or equal the total number of pages, then we need to echo hashtag, because we need to deactivate this page or disable this page. Else what we want to do else is that we need again to echo the link. So I'm going to say echo and then page number question mark page number page underscore number is equal to, and then dot, and then we concatenate the next page. So we concatenate the page number +1, and then don't forget the semicolon. Pretty simple. And then finally we just say next. That's it. So these are the next and previous pages. Now let's work on the numbers. Here we shouldn't be displaying all numbers. We should only display 2 numbers, and then we display dots. So for the first number, for page number 1, we just need to say we just need to display the link. So here in the href, we just need to say page underscore number is equal to 1, because the page number is always going to be 1. For page number 2, we need to say question mark and then page number is equal to 2. It's always going to be 2. Then more than this, I'm not going to be displaying 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not going to do this. Instead, I'm going to display here dots, and then the user can always use the next button to go to page number 3 and then 4 and then 5, etc. But we need here to add a PHP code in order to display the correct page number. To do this, we need here to check the page number first. We need to say PHP and then if page number is greater than or equal 3, because here at this point it's greater than or equal 3, then here curly bracket, and then curly bracket, and in between we need to say dot dot dot, and then we need to next to it we need to display the number. We need to display the actual number of the page. So this dot 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 indicates that there are many pages between 2 and the page that the user is currently browsing. So I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna copy this line, and then I'm gonna paste it below, and then instead of displaying dot 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 here, I'm gonna say PHP, and then I'm gonna echo the correct number, the correct page number. So here I'm gonna say echo page number, and don't forget the semicolon, and for the href we need again to say PHP, and then echo question mark page number is equal to dot page number. That's it. We are done. Let me now save and let's head on over to the browser to test. So let me go to the browser and let me now refresh. So now as you can see, what I'm gonna get is that I'm gonna get only 8 products. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now I have here previous. Previous now is disabled because now I'm at page number 1. If I go to page number 2, here it's gonna say page number is 2, and the previous page, the previous button was activated. If I click on next, I will not be able to go to next because I don't have many other products. I only have 16 products. But I can go back. I can click here on previous, and it should take me to the next to the previous page. If it doesn't, then we need to add brackets here. So here I need to add brackets. Let me add here brackets, and also here brackets because here I think this could affect the code. So we need when we add a number or subtract, we need to add brackets. Let me try one more time. So I'm gonna go back and let me refresh, and now it should work. Now if I click on previous, it's gonna take me to the previous page. If I click on next, it's gonna take me to the next page. So as you can see, and you can again control the number of products that you have per page. For example, here if I say total records per page, if I say only 1 and save and refresh, I will get only 1 product per page. So as you can see now, I'm gonna get only 1 product per page. And if I click on next, I'm gonna get to the next page. If I click on next, I'm gonna get to the next page. And here it's gonna display the page number. For example, 4 here. If I click on it, it's gonna take me to page number 4. If I click on next, it's gonna take me to page number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, etc. And if I click on 1, I'm gonna get back to page number 1, and I can't go to page number 0 because obviously there is no page that is number 0. We start from 1. So this is how it works, and I'm gonna be displaying 8 products per page. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to fix something very important, which is a collision between the pagination as well as the search here. Here, let me show you the problem. If I choose to search for a product here, for example, coats, and if I click on search, as you can see, I'm going to get an error here. It says undefined variable page number. The reason is because in the shop page, the page number, this page number only exists in case the user uses the pagination. So in order to fix this problem, we need to add pagination to the search, meaning that if user searches for products, then these products that we will get from the database, we need to paginate them. We need to add them in separate pages. And to do this, we can simply copy a lot of code from the else here. We can copy this part, and then we can paste it here inside this use search here. And then we need also to copy this part, and then we need to paste it here. However, we need to change here a few things. We need to say select count as total records from products where product underscore category is equal to question mark and product underscore price is smaller than or equal question mark. And then we need to say here bind. Here, by the way, statement, not statement 1. Let me say statement, and then statement, and statement, and statement. And then here we need to say bind param, and we need to bind the SI, the category. We need to say category, and the price. However, we need to move the price and the category from here to the top. So I'm going to move them to the top here. And then the next step is that we need to get the code from here as well. We need to get this code. We need to get this code and display it and add it here. We need to add it here. And lastly, we need to get the last part, which is this part, and then we need to paste it here. However, the query is going to be select all from products, limit, offset, total products page. But before we say limit, we need to say where product underscore category is equal to question mark and product underscore price smaller than or equal question mark. And again, we need to say statement 2, and then bind param si category and price. And then we need to remove this part, and also we need to remove this part. This is an array, and we need to remove this part. So let me walk you through the code one more time, because now I think it's complicated. Here, in case user doesn't want to search for any product, what we need to do here in the else, we just need to use the pagination. We need to get all products. We need to get the count, which means all products, the number of products that we have in the database, and then we need to paginate these products, meaning that we need to divide them into separate pages. We need to add specific number of products in every single page. In case user searches for here, in case user uses the search feature, then we need first to use the pagination. Again, we need to use the page number, and then we need to get the category and the price, and we need to get the count of these products. We don't want to get all the count of all products. We just need to get the count of products that match uh, this criteria, and then we just need to add here the pagination concept, the pagination variables, the total records per page, the offset, all of these things. And then we just need to execute the query, which is select all from products, but this time we need to specify the criteria, which is the product category and the product price. But we need to say limit offset total records per page, because this is gonna make the pagination work. And that's it. Here, by the way, we used stmt1 and here stmt2. And at the top, we can, by the way, we can here also say stmt1, stmt1, and here stmt1, 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 and here stmt1, because there is no collision. This is if statement and the other one is else. So let me now save, and this should fix the problem. Now let me refresh, and let me first go back to the home page, and then let me go back again to the shop. Now in the shop, if I use the search feature, for example, if I say codes, and then if I change the price and click on search, as you can see, I'm gonna get the products, and I have here pagination. So I can go to page number 2, and it's gonna display other products. If I say, for example, shoes, and increase this and search, I'm gonna get only shoes, and these shoes are paginated. So they are paginated. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to change the search criteria depending on the last thing that user chose. For example, if I say shoes here, and if I increase the minimum price to 1,000, and if I click on search, this is gonna get me shoes that are worth $1,000 and less. But as soon as I get the result, the criteria will go back to the default, and we don't want that. We want to keep the criteria to the last criteria that the user chose. So to do this, we here in the shop.php, in the price, we need to say in the value, we need to say PHP, and then we need to check the, remember, we need to check the price. This is this price. We need to check this price. So if we have a price, let me here say if is set price, then we need to display that price. We need to say echo price. Else, here else, what we need to do is that we need to echo the default value. So the default value is 100. I'm going to say 100. That's it. Pretty simple. Similarly, for the categories here, we need to say, instead of saying checked for all of these categories, we need to add the PHP code that's gonna check the last criteria, or the last category that the user chose. So here we need to say PHP, and then echo, and then before echo we need to say if is set category, then I'm gonna say echo category, echo checked, to check this, to take this, and then I'm gonna repeat the same code to all other categories. So here, instead of checked, I'm gonna remove this checked, and then I'm gonna add this code. And I'm going to remove this checked, and then I'm going to add this code. And I'm going to remove this checked, and then I'm going to add this code. And this is not enough. We need also to say if category is set and here, and category is equal to the category here. So what's the category here? The category is shoes here with the small s, because in the database it's small s, not capital S. Similarly, in the second one we need to say and category is equal to cots. And then here we need to say and category is equal to watches. And lastly, the category here and category is equal to bags. Let me save and let me now refresh and show you how awesome this is. Now if I refresh and select, for example, shoes and say 500 and click on search, the criteria will remain the same here. Will remain the last criteria that I selected. If I say here the last category and last price that I selected. If I say coats and 1000 and click on search, as you can see, it's going to get me coats that are $1,000 and less, and the values will remain the same here, which is amazing. Lastly, what I wanted to emphasize on is that here the search functionality, you can modify this. For example, you can add more categories if you want. If you have more categories in your database, you can add them. For example, if you have maybe you have other things such as, let's say you have shoes, coats, watches, bags, ties, maybe glasses, sunglasses, you can add them. But you need to make sure that you have them in the database so that you get products. If you don't have them in the database and the user searches for one of these categories and clicks on search, they are not going to get anything because you don't have them in the database. So you need to add them to the database in order to make sure that the user will get them. So this search functionality is very, very important, and it's going to help the user a lot, because the user might not be interested in all products and they may be interested in one category. Welcome back. Now I'm going to be creating a complete admin dashboard where the admin, you will be able to control all products and all orders and payments. Everything can be controlled from here. Of course, you can control everything from the database, but it's also good to create an admin dashboard where it's going to look better and it's going to be easier for you to control and monitor the complete system, the complete business from a single dashboard, single protected dashboard. So let's get started. First of all, I have created this dashboard, which consists of a few HTML files, and it is going to display the orders, the products, everything, but this is a static template. I have created this, but we need to convert this static template into a dynamic one. We need to connect it to the database. So if you have another admin dashboard that you want to use, feel free to do so. There is no problem about this, but I'm going to be using my dashboard, my admin dashboard. So the first step is that we need to include this admin dashboard. And to do this, I'm going to create here a new folder called admin. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to move all of these files over to the admin. I'm going to copy all of them, and then I'm going to paste them here inside this. I'm going to paste them here. So let me select all of them and then move them here. So they will be moved. So I have all of these. However, we need to convert these into PHP. So let me convert every single one. Let's start with the login. So I'm gonna here start with the login. I'm gonna say PHP. However, we need to start working on the login because the login is the first page, and then I'm gonna come back to these pages. So let me first go to our website, and then in the website, remember, here it's in the admin. So let me say here, instead of saying index, I'm gonna say admin and then /login.php. Now if I say like this, it's gonna take me to the login page. However, if any user comes to this template, they will be able to control your products. Therefore, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to protect the admin dashboard, because anybody who goes to the admin, they will be able to enter the admin dashboard. As you can see, if I click on this or this or this, I will be able to control this. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to work on the login.php, this login.php, this login page. And by the way, before I start working on it, it's very important to know that the admin dashboard should never have a registration system, because if you have a registration system, normal users could create accounts and control your system. So you only need to have a login system, only a login page, and you need to create accounts manually using the database. So the first step is that I'm going to create here a new database. I'm going to say here new, and then I'm going to create a new database, for a new table for admins. I'm going to say admins, and then I'm going to say here the first name is ID, is going to be admin underscore ID, and then we need the admin name, and then admin email and password. That's it. We don't need anything else. We just need these. And then the ID is going to be integer. The name is going to be varchar. Let's say 250. The email is going to be text. The password is just going to be varchar. Or text. You can also say text. And that's it. Now the admin ID should be auto increment. You should here select this auto increment, and they should not be null. All of them should not be null. And once you are done, all you need to do is that you need to click on Go. You need to click on Save here, and as you can see, the table will be created. And you need to make sure that here you have the admin ID auto increment. Now let's head on over to the project and start working on the login.php. The good news is that there isn't much to work on, because we already have created a lot of code, and we can use a lot of the code that we created. If you open the login page that we have here, we can use the login code that we have. So here in the login, we can use this code. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this code starting from here all the way to the end of the logic, and then I'm going to paste it in the login, in the admin login. So in the admin login, this login that's inside the admin at the top. And then what I'm going to do is that, first of all, since we are inside the admin, we need to go back to we need here to say ... because we need to go back first, and then after we go back, we need to access the server. So we say ... and then server, and then connect. So make sure that you say here ... and then / and then server, and then connection. Now the next step is that we need, as usual, we need to say if user is not logged in, then we need to take them to the admin, to the if they are logged in, we need to take them to the account. But here in this case, if they are logged in, if the admin is logged in, we take them to the, let's say, the main dashboard. So let me say dashboard.php. And this is in case the user is logged in. And here, if is set login button, if the user clicks on the login button, we need to take the email and the password, and then we insert here we need to say select user ID. Here instead of user ID, we need to say admin ID, and then admin name, and then admin email, and then admin password, and then from admins, where admin email is equal to question mark and admin password is equal to question mark limit 1. And then we say here email and password, and we continue. Here we need to say admin ID, and then admin name and admin email and admin password. And then we execute, and then we get the user ID, username, email, user ID. Instead of user ID, I'm going to say admin ID and admin name and admin email, and then logged in. Here we shouldn't say logged in. Instead, because we are using another session, remember we are using another session, therefore we need to say admin logged in. I'm going to say admin underscore logged in. This is very important. So I'm going to say here admin logged in. And then if admin logged in, I'm going to take them to the dashboard.php, and then login success, and then logged in successfully, and then in case of failure, we just redirect to the same page. And in case of error, we also redirect to the same page. And that's it. Now we need to create the dashboard. So let me here create this. This index is going to be the dashboard. So instead of saying index, we can rename this to dashboard, or alternatively, we can here say index. This could be index as well. So you can here say index.php, and then here you could say index.php instead of dashboard. So make sure that this is correct. Here index, and here also index. That's it. Let me save. Let me rename this file to. Let me rename this to PHP. It must be PHP. Lastly, let me create a new account. As I told you, you should never create a registration page. You should never, when it comes to admins, you should never create a registration page unless you are planning on hosting it on another server. But still, it's dangerous because any user could create an account. I recommend only creating a login page, and then if you want somebody to work with you, then you need to create an account for them, and then you need to give them email and password. So for example, here in the admins, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click insert, and then I'm going to create a new admin email and password. So the admin ID is going to be given by the database, and then here I'm going to say admin name. I'm going to say admin, just admin, and admin email. I'm going to say admin@email.com, and the password. And then the password must be hashed. You cannot type the password like this. You cannot say, for example, the password is 12345. You need to select here from this menu. You need to select MD5. So you need to look for MD5, which is this MD5. By the way, if you don't use this, it's not gonna work. Here it's a you need 45. So this 12345 will be hashed. This is very important. Again, if you don't say MD5, it's not gonna work. Lastly, you just need to click on go, and this is gonna create a new admin. So let me show you that. As you can see now, a new admin has been created, and it says here admin ID is 1, name admin, and email, and the password. The password, as you can see, has been hashed. So the password is hashed. But you should know, of course, the password. The actual password is 12345, but this password is the hashed password. Now, the last thing that we need to do is that here we need to make sure that the input should say login btn, and the method must be post, and the action must be login.php. and the name for the email is email, and the name for the password is password. Let me now head on over to the browser and test. So I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to go to the login.php. Now in the login.php, so now in the login.php, let me here say admin, and then at email.com, and then let me say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I click on login, as you can see, it will take me to the dashboard, and it says here logged in successfully. So now I'm in the dashboard, and I will be able to use the dashboard if I log in. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to organize the template further so that I will be able to create other pages and work on other pages. So in this template I have the side menu, and this is the side menu, and we need also to create a header. So I'm going to create a new file in the admin here called header.php, and now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to move from the login. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to move the header, which is this, which starts from here all the way to this body and this sign out. So this is the header. This is the header. Let me copy it, and let me remove it from here, and let me add it to the header here in the header. And again, this header is inside the admin. This is not the header that's inside the layout. So this is different. Now we need to import the header here. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say PHP, and then include, and then what we want to include is that we want to include the header, header.php, header.php. And similarly for the side menu, remember we have here a side menu. I'm going to add this side menu in a different page. I have already done that here, this side menu. Let me work on now let's work on the header itself. So for the header, we need to add a logout code. So for the logout, what we need to do is that we need to say here, we need to say href, and the href will log the user out. So this href is going to be equal to logout.php. And then I'm going to create a new file called logout. Here I'm going to create a new file, admin, new file, logout.php. And remember, the logout is pretty simple. The logout, if you go to the account, you'll find that we have here the logout. This is the logout code. This is the logout code. So we can copy this code, and then we can paste it in the logout.php. We can here say PHP, and then we can paste this code. However, we need to edit a few things. First, the logout get is in the header, logout.php, and then question mark logout is equal, let's say, to 1. And here if is set session admin underscore logged in, and then here unset admin underscore logged in, and then unset admin email, and here unset also admin name, and then header location login. We take the user to the login page. And it's similar, by the way, again, I'm emphasizing this because it's similar to the account. There is no difference. The only difference is the keys that we stored in the session. So here, remember, in the logout, we have here this logout button, and this logout button says account.php, question mark logout is equal to 1. Pretty simple. So let me now save all. And by the way, here you can say is set logout is set get logout, and you can also check. You can say and logout or get logout is equal to 1. But this is not mandatory, because it doesn't matter. As soon as the user, our goal is that as soon as the user clicks on this button, we just log them out. There is no need to check this, but this is just for the sake of explanation. So let me now save everything and show you how this is gonna work. Now let me go to the login page. I'm gonna go to the actually I cannot go to the login page because I am logged in. So let me continue working and then I'm gonna show you the logout. So let me work on the index. In the index here, what we want to do is that we need to repeat the same design pattern. So we need to remove this header. All of this code must be removed, and instead of this code, until the header, remove this code, and then what you need to do is that you need to add here PHP, and then include, and then what we want to include is that we want to include the header. We need to say header.php, and then that's it. And by the way, in the header, something very important to add in the header is the session start. We need to say here PHP, and then session start, because we want to use the session on all pages. Also in the logout, I forgot to say session because here I'm using the session. So I also need to say here session start. Now back to the index. In the index, we need to remove the side menu here, and instead of using this static side menu, we need to use the side menu file. So this side menu file will contain this side menu. So I'm going to remove it from here. What we need to remove is that we need to remove this nav, because the side menu, the code is in the side menu starts from the nav. Therefore, in the index, we just need to remove this nav from here all the way to the end of the nav, which is this, which let me show you, which is this. And then after I remove it, we just need to say here, PHP, and then include side menu. Include and then side menu .php. Side menu. Let me now save and let's head on over to the browser. And now let me refresh. And as you can see now, I'm in the dashboard. If I click on logout, I will be taken to the login page. However, I have here a problem. It says a session had already been started. So in line 1 in the header. So in the header, we have a problem. Here it says the session has already been started. I think the reason is because in the login we have also a session start, so we need to remove it from here because we shouldn't be using the session twice. So it's better to add the session start in the header page and not in every single page. So it worked. Let me refresh now and the error should be gone. Now let me log in. If I log in and then if I say admin@email.php and login, now I will be able to go to the dashboard. And if I click on logout, I will be taken to here. It did not take me actually to the login page, so I have a problem again in the logout. So if you get nothing here, then we have a problem. And the problem is that here I should say, instead of saying admin ID, instead of saying admin ID is equal to user ID, we need to say admin ID is equal to admin ID, because here we are using the admin ID, not the user ID. And here we need also to say admin name and admin email. And another problem that we have is that And we should also move the header from here to the top. We need to add that at the top because the header contains the session start, and we need the session start at the top. Let me now save, and let's head on over to the browser and refresh. Now, as you can see, there is no problem. Let me here log in. Let me click on admin at, let me type here my email and my password, and let me log in. So if I log in, I will be taken to the dashboard. Now, if I click on log out, I will be taken to the login. However, there is still a very small problem, which is here, the logout button. This logout button is being displayed here. We need to remove it from the login page. And to remove it from the login page, we can, in the header, we can add a code that is going to hide it. So we can here say PHP, and then we can say if is set session admin logged in. If admin is logged in, then I'm gonna display this code. Then I'm not gonna display this code. If admin is logged in, then we need to display this code. If admin is not logged in, then we shouldn't be displaying this code. So here I'm only going to display this code if admin is logged in. So now let me save and show you that this button will be hidden from the login page. So as you can see, the logout button doesn't exist because now we are in the login page. And finally, we need to protect the index. And to protect the index, we should add a code at the top that's going to protect the page. And to do this, we can create a file that's going to do this, or we can add the code here. Let's add the code here for now. I'm going to say PHP, and then I'm going to say if session is set, the same code that we added before. We just added, which is session admin logged in, and then instead of saying admin logged in, I'm going to say if admin is not, I'm going to say here exclamation, which means that the admin is not logged in. So if the admin is not logged in, then we need to say header location login.php, and we also need to say exit. And here logged in. Be careful with the key here. The key is admin underscore logged in. Let me click on save all and let me test. So I'm going to go back to the index, and let me go now to the login. Let me log out because I'm logged in actually. Let me log in one more time. So I'm going to log in again, and then I'm going to test here. First, I'm going to click on logout. Let me see what's going to happen if I click on logout. I will be logged out. Now let me try to go to the index without logging in. Now I'm logged out. Let me try to go to the index. If I try to go to the index, I will not be able to. Index again, I will not be able to because now the index page has been protected, which is very, very important. Welcome back. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work on the side menu. So let me log in first and show you the side menu. So in the side menu we have all of these things, and we need to display the dashboard, and the main thing that I'm going to be displaying in the dashboard is the orders. I'm going to be displaying the orders and then products and then account, these things. So in the side menu here we have side menu. I'm going to first display the dashboard, and then I'm going to give it href. The href is just going to be index.php. And the orders as well is going to be, the orders is going to be index.php because the orders will be displayed in the index. And then we have the products. I'm going to say here products.php. And then here I don't need this customers. I'm going to remove this. And I need account to display just the name and the email of the admin. And then we need also to display, let me here, instead of displaying customers, I'm going to say add new product. So I'm going to add this add new product below the account. So first account, and then add new product, and then help. Let's walk. So at the top we need to get the orders. So at the top of this, actually here we need to say, before I go to this, let me here add links. So I'm going to say here add underscore new underscore product dot php, and here I'm going to say account dot php, and that's it. Now let me go to the index and let's work on the orders. The good news about the orders is that we already know how to get the orders. Remember, if you go back to the here to the account here, remember in the account, which is this, you will find that we already have a code that gets us the orders. I think it's here, get orders. So we can copy this code. I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it here in the index. However, we don't need to use here if statement. We just need to get the orders as soon as admin enters this page. So I'm gonna remove this if statement, and then I'm gonna say I'm not gonna say user ID. Instead, I'm just gonna say statement connection prepare select all from orders. Where orders, there is no where here. I'm gonna remove it, and we just need to remove this as well. So the code is just going to be 3 lines. However, the problem with this is that we have 2 problems actually. The first problem is that in the header we need to include the connection to the database. So in the header we need to make sure that we are connected to the database. So here in the header we need to say PHP, and then include, and then we need to go back, and then we need to say server /connection .php. So this is the first problem, and I just solved this problem. The second problem is that we need to add pagination, because here imagine that you have so many orders. It's not gonna work. It's gonna be a problem. Unfortunately, we already have the pagination in the shop page. So I'm gonna get the pagination code from the shop page. So here in this shop page at the top, remember at the top we have this. We have this code. We just need this code. I'm going to copy this code. We just need this code. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to paste it in the index.php. Here in this, instead of using all of this code is fine, but the problem with it is that if you have so many orders, it is going to be a problem. So we need to remove this code, and then we need to use the pagination. So here we need to fix, of course, we need to fix many things. First of all, I'm going to push the code because now I cannot read it perfectly. Let me now read the code from the beginning. So here, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to use page number. Everything's fine here. However, we need to say select count all as total records from orders, and then execute, and then total records, and then total records is equal, you can say 8, 9, 10, whatever you want. Let's say 10. Here offset, and then page number, everything's fine here. Then we need to say here prepare select all from products, limit offset records page. Here we should say select all from orders, and we should remove this curly bracket. And at the bottom we need to add the pagination. So at the bottom I'm going to get the pagination from the shop. From the shop here we have this pagination code. We have this code. We have this navigation bar. Let me copy it and let me paste it in the index here. We need to paste it here. Let me first make sure that I'm going to paste it in the right place. So this div belongs to, I think, this div, the big div, and this creates the row. So I think we need to create it inside the row. So we need to add the code inside this div. So here I think it should be here. Let me test. Let me add here I'm gonna say here P, and then I'm gonna say test. So it should be displayed below the table. Now it's being displayed here, so we need to add it, I think, inside below the table. So it should be here. I should say here P and then test, and so it's below the table. So here I'm gonna paste the code. Here I'm gonna paste the code. Let me here remove this test and let me give myself a big space. I'm gonna give myself a big space so that you see, and then I'm gonna paste the code. The code is gonna be here. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and refresh, and as you can see we have this pagination. Now we need to loop over the orders. So in order to loop over the orders, we have to remove all of these records from the table and leave only one. So let's start removing from the top. So from the top we have here ID. We have the ID, and then we need the order ID, the order status, and then we need the order date. We need the order status, order date, order date, order date, and we need the user. Let's display first the user. I'm gonna say user or customer ID, user ID, user ID, and first the order ID, and then the order status, and then the order date. And then we need to say here edit, and then we need to say also delete. But we also need the order. We also need we need also the user phone number. I'm going to say user phone, and we can display the user city, for example, or user address. So that's it. Let me now save and let me remove these triggers from the table, and I'm gonna leave only one. So I'm gonna leave this, and then I'm gonna remove this, and this, all of these. I'm gonna remove all of these. And you need to be very careful while you are removing. So let me keep only one. Now we have only one. Let me save and let me make sure that we don't have problems. Let me here refresh, and as you can see we have only one row, and let's work on this. So here I'm gonna add PHP code. I'm gonna say PHP, and then I'm gonna say for each, and then for each what? For each we have the orders. I think here we should say orders. So for each orders as order, I'm gonna say order as orders as order, and then at the bottom we need to say PHP, and then close this curly bracket, and in between we need to display first the order ID, PHP, and then order ID, and don't forget to say echo. Don't forget here to say echo. And then instead of doing this many times, I'm gonna copy it. So I'm gonna copy this, and then the second row was for the status. So I'm gonna say here order status, and then the third is gonna be for the user ID, and then the order ID, the order date, and then the user phone, and next we have the user phone and user address, and edit and delete. So user phone and then address, user address, and then here user address and then edit. So for the edit and delete, we shouldn't be displaying PHP, we should display buttons. So I'm gonna here create a button, I'm gonna say a tag, and then I'm gonna say edit, and then I'm gonna say edit, I'm gonna say h class button btn primary, and then for the delete, I'm gonna also create a delete button, I'm gonna say a tag, and then class button btn, and btn danger, and then I'm gonna say delete. Let me save and let me refresh. Now it's gonna look amazing. As you can see now, I'm gonna get all orders. So these are all of the orders that I have, and I'm gonna get only as you can see, I'm gonna get 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. If I click on 2, I'm gonna get the rest, but since I only have 10, I think I have only 10, I'm gonna get 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So this is the problem. So let me decrease and test just to make sure that everything is working. Let me here say 5 records per page. If I say 5 records per page, I'm gonna get only 5 here, and if I click on 2, I'm gonna get another 5. So the pagination now works perfectly. And lastly, we need here to say orders. So instead of saying here section title, I'm gonna say orders, and we are good to go. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the products. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create a new file for the products here in the admin. Let me close down everything because we don't need any of these. Now in the admin, we need to create a new file here. I'm going to create a new file called products.php. Unfortunately, the code is going to be very similar to the orders, to the index. So I'm going to copy the code from the index, and then I'm going to paste it in the products. However, we need to edit a few things. Let's start from the beginning. From the beginning, we need the header, and then we need to make sure that the user is logged in, and then we need to add pagination. However, we need to say select count all from as total records from products, and then we need to say execute bind result, everything's fine, and then we need to say, by the way, this adjacent, I'm not going to be using it. You can use it, but it's I don't think that we need it anymore, but let's keep it in case we want to add more features. Then we can say con prepare select all from products, and then we say statement execute, and then products is equal to statement get result, and then we scroll, and here we say products, and here we say product ID, and then product name, name, and then product, let's display the product price, and then product, actually I think the image is better to display the image first. Let me say here image first, So I'm gonna say here product image, product image, and then name, price. Also we have category, and we have color. You can display everything. Product, color, and we also have the special offer if you want to add special offer. Product offer, and that's it. Let me now add also the edit and delete. So here we have product. Here we need to say products as product, and then product, and then product ID, and then then product, and then product image. And by the way, the image cannot be like this, cannot be displayed like this. We need to use image. Here we need to say image, and then source is equal to, and then PHP, and then we display the image, but we need to add dot because we need to go back first. We need to go back from this admin, and then we need to enter the assets. We need to say assets. Let me here say before after the echo, I'm gonna say dot and then forward slash assets forward slash image, assets images, images, and then forward slash, and then dot, and then product image. This is for the image, and it's important also to say style, and then width 70px, and also height 70px. Next, we need to display the product name, and then product price, and then product special offer, and then the category and the color. Category and color. Product, color. Let me now save, and let me head on over to the browser. Let me make sure that I don't have any problems. So that's it. Let me now refresh, and here if I click on products, I have a problem. So in line 110, we have a problem here. 110. So we should say products. So let me refresh one more time, and we have all of the products. As you can see, it looks outstanding. I can't believe how awesome this is. As you can see here, all of the products and they are paginated. You can click on 2, and you are gonna get more products. You can click on next. You are gonna just keep getting more products. It's just amazing. And if you want to display the $sign right here, you can say here echo, and then $sign, and then dot, and then the product price. And here also you can say product special offer, and then dot, and then you can display percentage, because the special offer is going to be percentage like this, and then semicolon. Now we are going to get percentages here, and here the prices. So now it's amazing. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the edit. We need to edit the. We need to allow users to. We need to allow admins to edit product details such as the name, the price, offer, category, all of these things. And to do this, we need to activate this button. So first of all, I'm going to head on over to the products.php, and then here we have the edit. This edit button, we need to say href, and the href is going to be equal to here. I'm going to take the user to the edit underscore product. I'm going to say edit underscore product dot php, and then I'm going to pass. I'm going to say here question mark product underscore id is equal to, and then I'm going to say here product id. So the product id is going to be equal to php, and then echo, and then product id, product underscore id, and then semicolon. So the URL is going to be edit underscore product.php, and then question mark product id is equal to the product id. Now we need to convert this edit product.html into PHP. So I'm going to rename this file to PHP, and then I did nothing new here in this file. I just imported the header at the top, and then I imported also the side menu. That's it, and the rest is going to be the same. I just got a form from one of the forms that we already created in the main website. Let me now save and head on over to the browser and test. Now in the browser, let me first refresh here, and let me click on edit of one of these buttons. For example, this button. If I click on edit, it's going to take me to the edit product page, which is the edit product.php, and it's going to here display the product ID. So now in the edit product page, we need to activate this form, and we also need to get the product information first and display the old information, the old details here. So to get the old details, we can make a query or pass the old query, pass the old data from here. We can pass the old data from here, or we can make a new query from this page. So let's create a new query here because it's easy. I think it's not going to take any time. You can here say PHP, and then remember the code is here. You can copy the code from here, this code, and then paste it here. And I'm just gonna say statement one, just statement, not even one. And then I'm gonna say select all from products where product underscore ID is equal to the product ID. So the product ID, we got the product ID from the page, from the get request. I'm going to say here if we have the get, then I'm going to say product underscore ID. If we have this, we can now add this code inside. Else we can say header, and then products.php, and then exit. And here prepare select all from products where product ID is equal to the product ID. So I'm going to create a variable here, product ID is equal to get product ID, and then we pass here the product ID, or we add a question mark, and then in a new line we can say statement bind param, and then we bind the the product ID, and then comma product ID. And then here don't forget to say statement get result. Pretty simple. Lastly, we need to say here product, not products, product, singular. And then in the bottom we need to display the old information, the old product information. So instead of displaying in the fields, the values, here the title is going to be here value, and the value is going to be equal to PHP, and then product. Then we need to copy this code, this value, and then paste it in every single field we have. We have here the product description, and then we have the product price, and then we have the category. The category is going to be here. This is a little tricky, but I'm going to work on it later. And then the color, I'm going to say here I'm going to say here product color. And then for the special offer, I'm going to say product special offer. And then edit button, it's just going to be edit button. We don't have to do anything. Lastly, we need to add two things. First, we need to say echo, and then we need to here also say echo, and here we need to say echo, and here we need to say echo, and here as well echo. And lastly, we need to add a loop, because even though this is not a this is an array of only one object. Therefore, we need to add a loop here. So I'm gonna say here for each. First, we need to add PHP for each product as let's say products as product, and then curly bracket, and then PHP, and then we close it at the end. We close it here. However, we need to edit something very important. We need to edit something very important, which is the name of the variable. So the name of the variable at the top, it should be products now, even though it's one product. I'm gonna get only one product, but here I'm gonna say products because it's gonna be an array. This is gonna return an array. So let me now save and head on over to the browser to test. So now in the browser, let me refresh. Let me click on edit. And if I click on edit, it's going to display the old information. So here it's going to display the product. Actually, here it should say product. I shouldn't be saying product ID. I should say product name here. Product name. So let me refresh one more. Let me go and refresh one more time. Now I should get the old information. If I click on edit, I'm gonna get the old information here. Green bag, awesome green bag, 155 bags, white, and special offer 0. The next thing that we need to do is that we need to activate this edit button so that the user will be able, or the admin will be able to edit information regarding this product. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on editing the product. So here, if user clicks on edit of a specific product, for example this product, they will be taken to this page, and of course only admins will be able to do this. And then you can now, as an admin, you can edit and submit the new information. For example, if you want to edit the title of the product, or the description, or the price, or add a special offer, or the color, you can change any of these. So let's work on this. Now in the edit product, remember we have here a form, and in this form we need to give it, here we need to give this form. First, let me remove this ink type, and then let me say here method. The method is going to be post, and the action is going to be the same page. I'm going to say edit underscore product.php. And then what we need to do is that we need to add the code here. And as I told you earlier, we already have a lot of code, and we don't have to worry about the code because we already created so we have created, we have typed a lot of code, and we can reuse that code. So there is no need to type the code from scratch. Remember, in the account we have a code that edits, that updates records here in the edit password, in the change password. We have this code. Let me show you where it is, this code. So let me copy actually only these lines, and then I'm going to paste them in the edit product. Here in the edit product, first, remember here we have if the request is get, we get all of the products. We get that product, that specific product, to display its old data here. However, we need, instead of saying else, we need to say else if, and here we say else. So we keep else, but we need to say else if. So else if the request, if the request is here. Let me show you the edit button. So the edit button has a name, edit product here. Edit product, we can use this. So we can, if edit underscore product, or edit button. Let's say edit button, because this is, I think, better in terms of it's meaningful. Edit button, because by saying edit button, you will understand that the admin clicked on the button. Edit button. So here we need to paste the code, which is going to do the following. It is going to connect to the database and then update products set, and then what we want to set is that we want to set the new information. So we need to get the here we have the title, description, price, category, and color and offer. So let me create variables. Here variables. I'm gonna say here first title, product title or name. Let's say title is equal to post title. Then we need description is equal to post, and then description, and then we can here say what else. We have the price, so the price is going to be equal to post price, and then we need the offer and the color. Offer is equal to post offer, and then color is equal to color. And after the color we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have let me check the category actually. Category. So the category is going to be equal to post category. So here 3, 3, 6. So here let me make sure that they are 6. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 6. That's it. Now we have these 6. We need to pass them into the SQL statement. Here I'm going to say edit update products set, and then what we want to set is that we want to set the new title. I'm going to say product underscore name is equal to question mark, and then comma, and then product description is equal to question mark, and then we want also to edit the product underscore price and then question mark, and then I'm going to add the rest in a new line. And then here I'm going to also say product offer, and then is equal to question mark, and then comma, and then product underscore color is equal to question mark, and lastly product category is equal to question mark, where this is very important, where product underscore ID is equal to question mark. Now we need to bind, we need to say statement bind. What we want to bind is that we want to bind the first name S, description S, price S, offer I'm gonna also say S, color S, category S, and then ID I. And then I'm gonna pass all of these. I'm gonna start with the product name. I'm gonna say product name, and then comma, product description. Actually, we don't have these variables, we have these variables. So I'm going to say title, and then description, and then price, and then offer, and then color, and then category, and lastly the product ID. But product ID. So now we have the product ID. Lastly, we need to execute. We need to say statement, and then execute, and we can add. We can now take the user to another page. So we can say header, and then I'm gonna say location, products, and then .php, and then I'm going to say message. Here in the products, we can add a variable that's going to display a message. Whenever you want to display a message, you can display it here. You can display it here, or you can create. I'm going to create something very smart here, and it's going to just look amazing. Let me here first say. Here I'm going to say P, and then I'm going to test the location of this. So this, if I go back, this test is going to be displayed here. So if you want to display a message, so here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to display a PHP code to display a success and failure messages. So here I'm going to say if is set, and then get edit success message. Then what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna here say P, and then in this paragraph I'm gonna say PHP, and then echo, and then I'm gonna echo the message. I'm gonna say echo edit success message, and I'm going to add here to this message, I'm going to add a class text center and color. So the color is going to be green. I'm going to say style color green, and then I'm going to close the PHP here, code PHP curly bracket, and then close this. And in case of failure, in case we have an error and we want to display an error, I'm going to copy the same code, and then I'm going to paste it below, but I'm going to change here. I'm going to change the key. I'm going to say edit failure message, and here I'm going to also say edit failure message, and the color is going to be red. Now back to the edit product. Now in the edit product, we need here to say if statement execute. If it's true, then we need to say header. We need to copy this and then paste it inside, and then we need to say products, and then edit success message, and then is equal to product has been updated successfully. And in case of a failure, I'm going to say else, and then I'm going to copy, I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to copy the same exact line, this line. However, the key is going to be different. The request is going to here be edit failure message. Failure message. And then I'm going to say error occurred. Error occurred. Try again. Try again. And lastly, we need to fix three things actually. Here in this statement, update product set, product name, product description. Here I have a problem. I forgot to say here product price is equal to question mark. Also here product offer, it should be product special offer, because in the database it's product underscore special underscore offer. So this is a big problem. Another thing that I want to fix is here I should say, actually I should here say is set get product ID. Similarly in the else I'm gonna say is set post edit button. And the last thing that I want to fix is the product ID. The product ID, since I'm gonna make the request on the same page, the product ID is gonna be null. Therefore, we need to store it in the form here in a hidden in here in a hidden field. I'm gonna say input, and then I'm gonna say name is equal to product underscore ID, and the value is equal to PHP echo product ID. And lastly, we need to give a name to this input. We need to give it not a name, we need to give it a type. So the type would be hidden. The type should be hidden. So we have a type, we have a name, and we have a value. At the top, we need to get the product ID. I'm going to say here product ID. So the product ID is going to be now equal to post, and then product ID. And here we pass it product ID, and don't forget the semicolon. Now everything should be perfect. Let me save everything and let's head on over to the browser to test. So now in the browser, let me here refresh first. Let me edit a product. For example, let me edit the first product. I'm going to click on edit. And let me here, for example, say yellow instead of white. I'm going to say yellow shoes. If I click on edit, as you can see, it says here product has been updated successfully, and here it says yellow shoes. And you can edit, of course, the price. Let me edit the price. I'm going to say 155. I'm going to say 195.5. And you can edit the category. Let me say shoes. And you can edit the color. You can say yellow. And the offer could be anything. Let's say 50% off. And then if I click on edit, here I should say, by the way, here I should this should be here it says let me type it one more time, and it should I think here it should be it should be a number, not a decimal. So we need to fix this. I'm gonna be fixing this, because now if I click on edit, it's not gonna work because this allows only numbers. And to fix this, we can simply change the type of the price to text, simple text. So this should be a text. And for now, I'm just gonna pass a real number, a complete number. And here it says 155, yellow shoes. Let me now try with this field. So if I say 195.5 and click on edit, it will be 195.5. So it works successfully. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on deleting a product. How would you delete a product if you want to do so? Well, it's very simple. Let's start working on it. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a file that's going to be responsible for deleting a product. I'm going to say here new file, and then I'm going to say delete underscore product dot php. And then what I'm going to do in this file, the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to get a code from here. First, I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to make sure that the admin is logged in. And the next thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to activate the button. So I'm going to go to the products, and in the products, what I want to do is that, remember, we have this button. We have edit and delete. Let's work on the delete. On the delete, what we want to do is that we want to say href is equal to delete product dot php, and then I'm going to say product underscore id is equal to php, and then echo product ID. And that's it. Here we have the product ID, and we can delete that product. And in the product now, in the delete product, what we want to do is that we want to say if is set product ID get first, get product ID, then if we have the product ID, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete that product. And to delete a product from the database, we need to get a command. Let me get a command instead of writing it from scratch. So here, I'm going to get this command. Let me get these lines, and then let me paste them here. And then I'm going to change a few things. First, I'm going to say statement is equal to connect, prepare, and then delete from where? We need to delete from products where product ID is equal to question mark, and then we say statement bind param, and then we bind the product ID, and we just execute one, and that's it. We need to remove all of these, and we need to get the product ID and do a few things. The first thing that we need to do is that at the top we need to import the session. I'm going to say session start. And the next thing that we need to do is that we need to import the server connection, and then we need to get the product ID. So to get the product ID, we need to store it in a new variable. Here I'm going to say product underscore ID is equal to get product ID. And lastly, if everything's fine, we just redirect. We say here header, and then location, and then products.php, and then I'm gonna say deleted successfully, and then I'm gonna say is equal to product has been deleted successfully. And you can add if statement to check whether the product has been deleted or not. You can say here if, and then if product has been deleted successfully, you can take the user to this page, and else you can display the same message, the same line. You can use the same line but with a different message. You can say deleted failure message, failure, just failure, and then here couldn't delete product, could not delete product. And then in the products page we need to display these messages. So here remember we have this code. We can copy this code and then we can paste it here. In case of failure we say delete. The key was, I think, deleted failure. And we just here say deleted failure. And in case of success we copy the same message and display it here. And then we say edit success message. Instead of edit success message, the message here was deleted successfully. So I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste it here. Deleted successfully, and here deleted successfully. That's it. Pretty simple and awesome. Let me now head on over to the browser and test. Let me refresh first, and then we should have here all of the products. Let me delete the last product because I don't want the last product from my system. So the last product is this one, the gray shoes. Let me click on delete, and if I click on delete, here as you can see it says product has been deleted successfully. Let's verify this. Let me go to the last page. So as you can see, if I go to the last page, the product has been deleted successfully. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on editing an order. And if you click on edit an order, here nothing is going to happen. So we need to work on this button first. So I'm going to go to the index. The orders are in the index. So in the index, the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to head on over to the order button. Remember we have here order button, this button, edit button, not order button, edit button. So the edit button will have href, and this href is going to take the user to the edit underscore order.php, and I'm going to add here the get parameter is going to be order ID. We need to pass the order ID, and the order ID is going to be equal to the order ID is going to be equal to the order ID. So I'm going to add here PHP. I'm going to say PHP, and then echo order ID. And by the way, the order ID page is very similar to other pages. There is nothing different. I have added the header file, and I also have imported the side menu, which is this, and that's it. And then I have here the edit page, and the edit page will only have a form, and that form will only allow the admin to edit the order status, because there is nothing you need to edit about the order. The only thing that you might need to edit about the order is the order status. You need to change the order status from not paid to paid, or shipped, or delivered. And this also is not This also is not always important, because after the user pays, the order will go from not paid to paid immediately, automatically and immediately. And you might, in some cases, you might need to change the order from not paid to paid. So, for example, if something with payments went wrong, or for some other reason, you might need to do this. And then you might also need to change the paid to shipped or delivered. So this is the only thing that's important here. But first, let me head on over to the index, and let me click on one of these buttons, on the edit buttons, one of the edit buttons. If I click on this, it should take me to the edit page. And here, as you can see, we only have this form, and I'm just going to display the order ID and the price and the date. The status is the only thing that you can change. So now, in the edit order, what we need to do is that the first thing is that at the top, below the header, we need to create a code that's going to get the product information from the database. And we already have a code here in the edit product.php. At the top, remember, we have here this code. So I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it in the edit order. Here I'm going to say PHP, and then I'm going to paste it here. However, we need to edit a few things. First, we need to say order ID. So the order ID here, order ID is going to be equal to order ID, and then we need to get the select all from products, where select all from orders, where order ID is equal to question mark, and then statement bind param I, and then order ID, and then we execute, and then we get the order. I'm going to say here order, and that's it. And here, don't forget to close the curly bracket. So this is going to get us the order. And here we need to display the order information. So in the form, we need to say here, first we need to say inside this form, we need to say for each, even though this is an array of only one element, I'm going to say PHP and then for each order as R, because I don't want to confuse you. And then for each order as R, I'm going to say R here, PHP, and then echo R order price here, order price, and the order ID is here. I'm going to say PHP echo R product, not product, order ID. And lastly, we have here the order date. Here I'm going to say PHP and then echo R order date. And for the category, for not the category, actually, this is not the category, this is the status. So for the status, I'm going to say here status, the name is status. For the status, we want to add here if statement and check which one is selected. So I'm going to say here if PHP and then if R status order underscore status is equal to not paid, then we echo here. Let me copy this code. Actually, we need to display it inside the option. So here, so inside the option, I'm going to paste it, and then if the order status is equal to not paid, then I'm going to say here echo selected. and we do the same exact thing. I'm gonna copy the same code now, and then we need to paste it in every single option. Here, this option, we need to say order status is equal to paid. If it's equal to paid, the paid would be selected. If it's equal to shipped, shipped would be selected. Here, shipped. And lastly, delivered. Here, delivered. And that's it. Now we are good to go. The only thing this form, we need to add a method and action. So I'm going to remove this ink type, and then I'm going to say method. The method is going to be post. The action is just going to be the same page. I'm going to say edit underscore order.php. And the name, the status name is status. And that's it. Now at the top, we need to say else if, and then is set post, and then edit or order, edit order. Let me check the button name. So the button here at the bottom, it has edit order. So I'm going to say here, if we want to edit the order, then let me copy the code from the edit product, because it's going to be similar. So I'm going to copy this code, actually. This line, these lines. And then I'm going to paste them in the edit order here. And we need to edit a few things. Let me first push this. First, we need to get the order status. So I'm going to say order underscore status. So the order status is going to be equal to post order underscore. Let me check the name. So the name was status, just status. And we also need the order ID. So the order ID is here. Here, let me create a hidden. Let me here create a hidden input. I'm going to say input, and then type is hidden. Type is equal to hidden, and name is equal to order ID, and value is equal to PHP, and then R echo R order ID, order underscore ID. And in order not to confuse you, I'm gonna say here the name is order status instead of status, just order status. So at the top now, what we need to do is that we need to say order underscore status, and then order ID, order underscore ID, and then post is equal to post order ID, order underscore ID. And then I'm going to say here statement con prepare update orders set order underscore status is equal to question mark, and then I'm going to remove all of these where order ID is equal to question mark, order ID is equal to question mark. And then I'm going to say statement bind param, and then si, and then we pass two parameters. We don't need all of these. We only need two parameters. We need to pass the order status and the order ID. Order status and order ID. And here we just say, in case of success, we say index.php, and then order updated is equal to order has been updated successfully, order, and then in case of error, I'm going to say order not updated, or order updated, order failed. Let's say order failed. That's it. Now we are good to go. I'm going to add here else I'm just going to say header, and then location index.php, and exit, just like here, just like the edit product. And now we are good to go, and we can now test this. And in the index we can display the messages. If you want to display the messages above here, actually here below this you can display the messages. So I'm gonna get the messages from the products. If you open up the products here, you will find the messages. So we have two messages, one for success and one for failure. I'm gonna copy them, and then I'm gonna paste them in the index just below the table. So we have here in the index above the table, I'm gonna paste them, and then the success is order underscore updated, and here order underscore updated. In case of failure, we just say order failed, and here order failed, and here make sure that the key is correct, order updated. That's it. Now here I think we have a problem here. Here we need to close the, remember I opened the for each, but I forgot to close the for each. So this is a big problem. We need to fix it quickly. We need to say here PHP and then close the curly bracket, and we are good to go. Now let me head on over to the browser and test. So I'm going to go back to the orders, and let me refresh the orders. Let me click on edit. If I click on edit, let me change. First we have an error in line 84. So in line 84, if I go to line 84, it says here line 84 this echo order price. So we have here a problem. The problem says undefined index order price. So the reason I think is because the key in the database was order cost, not order price, order cost. Now it should be fixed. Let me refresh, and as you can see, the error is gone. So here I'm gonna display the order ID and the order price, and then the status. You can change the status. So for example, let me go back to show you the process from the beginning. Suppose that you want to edit the paid here. Suppose that you have shipped the product, and you want to you ship the product, and the product is on its way to the customer. You can here click on edit, and then you can here edit the status from paid to shipped, and then you can click on edit, and as you can see, the status has been updated. And once user or customer, here I have another problem. Let me finish this, and then I'm gonna fix this problem. Here shipped, once customer receives the order, you can click on edit and then update this one more time to delivered, and then click on edit, and then it will update it. Here we have a problem, undefined index order updated. So in line 95, again in line 95, I should say here, this order status order updated, not in this file, actually in index. So in the index, line 95, here I should say order underscore updated. So let me try one more time. Let me here refresh, and let me edit, for example, this one. I'm gonna click on edit, and I'm gonna say shipped, and I'm gonna click on edit, and as you can see, it has been updated. And by the way, you should be careful with this, because you cannot just change the order after it has been delivered. You cannot go from delivered to not paid. Once the order has been delivered, it's over. You cannot change it. If you do this, you are gonna mess with your system. But since you are the admin, and since people who are gonna work with you are admins, they should know this. You shouldn't go back. You shouldn't go back and forth. The process only is from, it goes forward, not. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on adding a new product. So I have created a page here. If you open your project, I have created a page called add product. And here the design of this page is similar to other pages. I just have here a header, and then I have the side menu, and then I have here create product, and then I got one of the forms that I have, and this form has inputs. It has the name, the description, the price, the special offer, and then the category, and then the color, and then the images. Images here, the only difference is that images will be, the type of the images is going to be file here. File. We need 4 images. And then I just have a button to create or insert that new product. And that button has a name called create_product. And what's important also in this form is that this form has a new attribute called ink type. This ink type is equal to multi-part /form data. Why do we need this? The reason why we need to have this is because we have images or files we need to upload. In our case, we have images. So whenever you have images that you want to upload, you need to add this to the form. So as you can see, this form, I have here again ink type multi-part /form data. And then what I did is that here I have given this form a method. The method is post, and I have given it action, and the action is create_product.php. And I have added a link to the side menu. In the side menu, I said here for this new product, I said add_product.php, which is this file, add_product.php. So if I click on it, if I click on add new product, this one, if I click on it, as you can see, it's going to take me to add_product.php, which is going to display this form. As you can see, this is the form where it's going to allow me to create a new product. And here I have the fields for the product name or title, and the description, the price, the special offer, the category, the color, and 4 images. And then I have here a button called create. And then this form will be handled by a file called create_product.php. So I have created this file, create_product.php, and this file will handle the request. This file has the, first I have here include server dot and then /server connection, and then I have here if statement that's going to check whether the button has been clicked or not. The create_product button, which is this button in the form, this button which has a name called create_product, and then I have gotten the product name, the description, the price, the offer, the category, the color, all of these from the fields. I have the name, description, price, offer, category, color. As you can see in the form, I have here in the form, I have name, description, price, offer, and category and color. And then this is the tricky part. So the tricky part is uploading these images. So this is the only difference that I have in this form. So how can we upload an image? To upload images, we need to use here a PHP variable called files, and then we need to access the input name. So the inputs are image1, image2, image3, image4 respectively. So here, if you go back to the form, you'll find that the inputs for the images are, this is the first input, and the name is image1, image2, image3, image4 respectively. And then here I just said files image1, 2, 3, 4, and then I said here temp name. What does this mean? This is the temporary name that's given by PHP to the file, to each of these images. And also this We'll store the image in a variable called image1, and this is going to store the image2 in a variable called image2, and this is going to store the third image in a variable called image3 and then image4. And then I have created here, this is, by the way, this is not important. I have created here names. I have created here names for each of these images. So for the first image, I have given it a name, and that name is the product name. So the image name is going to be the product name, and then one.jpg. This is for the first image. So for example, if the product is called white shoes, then the image name, the first image, is going to have a name called white shoes 1.jpg. And the second image will have a name called white shoes 2.jpg, etc. So these are the names that I have given to these images. Lastly here, this is going to upload images. So this part is going to upload the images. So the function that uploads the images is called moveUploadedFile, and it takes two parameters. The first parameter is the temporary name or the image, which is image1, image2, image3, image4. So here I said image1, image2, image3, image4. And then the second parameter is the location in which you want to store the image. So where do you want to store the image? Well, remember, we need to store the images in the assets in the images, this folder. And to access this folder from the admin dashboard, we need to say ... because we are inside the admin, we need to go back first, and then we need to access the assets, and then we need to access the images, and then we need to append the image name to this location so that the image will be stored in that location. So again, I here pass the location, which is ... /assets / images / the name of the image. So the name of the image again is the product name, and then I appended to it the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 because we have 4 images. And finally, I appended the extension. I'm using the JPEG. Of course, you can use any extension. You can use JPG or PNG or JPEG. I'm gonna be using JPEG. And then I just here created a new MySQL command that's gonna update, that's gonna insert. This is gonna insert the product information into the database. Here I said insert into products, and then I pass the product name, product description, product price, product special offer, product image, product image 2, product image 3, product image 4, and then product category, and then product color, and then here values, and then we need here to have 10 question marks because we have 10 fields. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And lastly, we have here the bind param. We bind the variables, the product name here, product name, description, price, offer, product name, description, price, offer, special offer, and then image 1, image 2, image 3, image 4. Notice here that I appended the image 1, image 2, image 3, image 4, which is wrong. This is wrong. I intentionally did this because I wanted to show you that this is wrong. You need to append the image name, not the image itself, because this is the file itself, which is the image. This is the image. This is the image itself, image. However, this or these are image names. So we need to store the names, not the file itself in the database. So here we need to say image name 1, and then comma, and then image name 2, and then comma, image name 3, and then comma, image name 4. and then we append the category and the color. Lastly, I just said here if execute is correct, I just go to the products. Else I also go to the products, but I have here a success parameter and here a failed parameter here. In case of success, I said here product underscore created, and the message is product has been created successfully. If we couldn't upload the images or edit the or create the product, I said here product underscore failed, error occurred, try again. And in the products, I displayed that error. So in the products here, I have here said, product created, and then I displayed here the message, product created. And here in case product failed, I said here product failed, and I display the error here with a green color, and in case of failure with a red color. Let me now test and show you how awesome this is. So let me refresh here, and let me here create a new product. So let me here say red shoes, because I have a red shoes that I want to upload to store into my to insert into my store. I'm gonna say here amazing red shoes, and then the price I'm gonna say 120, for example, 0.5. Special offer, let's say 20%. Category shoes, color red, and then the images. So let me select the images. So I have these images. I'm going to select the first image, and then here I'm going to select the second image, and here I'm going to select the third image, and here I'm going to select the fourth image. And then I'm going to click on create, and here it says please enter a valid value. The reason is because this remember in the add product, I should say here price text, not number, in case you want to add decimal. And then let me for now use the complete number, and let me click on create. And as you can see, in case of success, I'm gonna get here this message, product has been created successfully. And if you want to verify, you can go to the last page. Let me go to the last page. So as you can see, if you go to the last page, you'll find that I have here red shoes product, new product, 120, 20% special offer. The category is shoes, and red is the color and the image. And in the database, you should find it as well. If you click on products, the last product should be here, as you can see, red shoes. And the image is red shoes 1 JPEG, and then the second image is red shoes 2, red shoes 3, red shoes 4 JPEG. And in your project, you should find the images have been uploaded. So if you open up the assets images, you should find red shoes 1, and then red shoes 2, red shoes 3, and red shoes 4. So it works successfully. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on editing product images. So each product, as you have seen, has 4 images, and we need for this we need to edit 4 images. If you want to edit the images, we need to allow the admin to edit the images, and editing product images is not going to be included in the same edit. This edit will allow you to edit text information such as the title, the description, the price, the category, the color, and the special offer. However, if you want to edit the images, I'm gonna create another page for this, because images are different and they require a different logic. Therefore, it's better to add them in a new page. So I have created here a file called edit images, and I created a form here again, And this form has the following. It has first, this form has ink type multi-part / form data. Again, this is important because I'm uploading images. And then the method is post, the image is post, and the action is going to be update underscore images.php, which is a file that I'm going to walk you through shortly. And then inside that form, I have two hidden inputs. The first input is the product ID. The second input is the product name. Why do we need this? We need these because I'm going to be using the product ID to get to update the images, the name of the images in the database, and we need the product name to give names to the images that we will be uploading shortly. And then I have here 4 inputs. Each input is a file, and each input has a name, and the name is image 1, 2, 3, 4 respectively. That's it. Let me show you this. So if I go to edit underscore images, actually I will not be able to go to this page because I protected this page at the top. I said here, let me show you the logic. So at the top I said if we don't have the product ID, then we cannot go to the page. We need to pass a product ID. So let's do this. To do this, remember in the products table, we need to add here a column that has buttons that will allow the admin to edit each, to allow images of each single product. So to do this, we need to look for the column. So here we have edit, and we can add here edit images. So we can create a new column here, and that column now is going to be a button that's going to allow you to edit images. And in order to edit the images, we need to add the link. So the link is going to be similar to edit. I'm going to copy this and paste it above the edit. However, the href is going to be different. So the href is going to be edit underscore images.php, and then we need to pass the product ID. Product ID is equal to product ID, and we need to say here and product underscore name is equal to, and then another PHP. And in order not to confuse you, let me type this in a new format, in a different format, because this is getting complicated. So to retype this, let me copy this part and let me remove it, and then I'm going to say here echo, and what I'm going to echo is that I'm going to echo the file name, which is edit images.php, and then question mark product underscore ID is equal to, and then double quotes, and then dot, and then I append the product ID to it, and then at the end I say dot, and then I'm going to append a new parameter. I'm going to say and product underscore name is equal to, and then is equal to what? Is equal to dot, and then product, and then product underscore name. Very, very simple and straightforward. Again, that's the href is php echo, and then edit images.php question mark product ID is equal to product ID, and product name is equal to product name. And then the button is going to say edit images. Let me now show you this. So now if I refresh, this is going to display here edit images. So you can edit the images, and you can even give it a different color. You can say here btn primary danger. You can say anything else. You can say for example warning. I think this is gonna be a kind of yellow color. Yes, this is a yellow color. So let me here click on edit. If I click on edit, it's gonna take me, let me click on it. As you can see, it's gonna take me to this page. which is the edit images.php, and product ID is equal to 1, and product name is equal to shoes, to yellow shoes. And if you go back and click on edit of the second, you should here have product ID is equal to 2 and product name is equal to green back. So this is the form. Now in the form, let me go back to the form. Now in the form, the logic is the following. The logic is that if user clicks on this button, which has a name called update images, this file will be executed. What's this file? This file is called update_images.php. So I have created this file. This file is called updateimages.php. And what this file does is that this file uploads the images. It just uploads the images, nothing more. And of course, it updates the names of the images in the database. So let me walk you through the logic. We have already done this, but this is slightly different. So first, I included the connection as usual. And then here, I need to make sure that user clicked on the update images button. And then I got the product name and the product ID from the form. Remember, I have here product ID and product name in this form. And then I got the images, image 1, image 2, image 3, image 4, because they have these names. They have image 1, 2, 3, 4 names. These are the names. And then we need to say temp name to get the file, to get the images. And then we need to give these images names. Again, the name, in order for the name to be unique, we need to give it the name of the product. So the product name is product name, and then I appended 1.jpg to the first image, and then 2.jpg to the second, and then 3.jpg to the third, and then 4.jpg to the fourth. Finally, I just uploaded the images using the move uploaded file by passing first the file itself, which is image1, and then the second parameter is .assets/images/ the image name. Again, the reason why I'm saying ... is because now I'm inside the admin, and in order to go back, in order to get out of the admin, we need to say ... and then we need to enter the assets folder, and then we need to enter the images folder, and then we need to store the image in the images folder with this name, with name 1, with image name 1, image name 2, image name 3, and image name 4. So this is the part 1. Part 1 is uploading the images. Part 2 is updating the names in the database. So to update the names in the database, we just say update products set product image is equal to question mark and then comma, product image 2 is equal to question mark, and then product image 3 is equal to question mark, and then product image 4 is equal to question mark. And again, the columns are product image, and then product image 2, product image 3, and product image 4. That's why I'm saying here product image, and then product image 2, product image 3, product image 4, of course with underscores in between. Lastly, I said stmt bind param SSSI because I passed here the image which is wrong. Again, this is wrong. We need to pass the image name. Again, I have done this intentionally to show you that this is a mistake that many developers do. You need to say here image name, because here I'm not uploading the image. Here I'm updating the name of the image. Therefore, we need to pass the names, not the files, not the images, the names of the images. So here we need to say image name 1, image name 2, image name 3, and image name 4. And then we say product ID, which is the product ID, which is this product ID, because given the product ID, we will be updating that specific product images. And then finally, I said here execute, and if the execution was successful, I go to the products page with a message, and that message has a key called images underscore updated, and the message itself is images have been updated successfully. Else I go to the products.php and I have here a key called images underscore failed, and it says error occurred, try again. And then in the products I displayed the errors using here, let me show you where it is. It's here. So here I use this key images underscore updated, and here images underscore updated, and here images failed. If a set image if a set get images failed, I echo the get images failed with a red color here and with a green color in case of success. And finally I'm gonna click on file and then save all. Now let me test. So now let me go back. Let me, for example, edit one of these files. So I'm going to go to the last image. I'm going to go to the last product. This is the last product. So I'm going to change the image of this product. I'm going to click on Edit Images. And then I'm going to select another image. Let me select, for example, let me select this image for the first image. So I'm just going to change the order to show you that it will work successfully. Now if I click on update, in case of success, it's going to say here images have been updated successfully. How would you know, how would you verify that images have been updated successfully? Well, you can go to the last page and check that. You can go to the product, which is this product. As you can see, the red shoes, now the image is different, which is correct. So the image has been updated successfully. Images have been updated successfully, and you can check that in the database, even in the database. But since the names are the same, the names will not be different because the name of the product is the same. The name of the product is the same. And you can check, of course, that in your project you should find the first image here, red shoes 1 is this image. Now it's this image because here it says red shoes, this image. So it works successfully, and now we know how to edit images. So the last thing that we need to create in the admin dashboard is the account as well as the help pages, as well as changing here the company name. So I have created a file called account here in the admin account.php, which is just going to have the header, and then it's just going to check that if the admin is logged in. If the admin is logged in, it's going to allow the admin in. If the admin is not logged in, it's going to take them to the login page. And then I have here the side menu, and then I just display the admin information, the ID, the name, and the email. And in the side menu, let me add the link. So in the side menu, we have here account, and the account is the href is account.php. So if I click here on account.php, it's going to take me to my account. And if I click on logout, I will be taken to the logout, and I will no longer be able to go to the account. As you can see, if I try to go to the account, it's not gonna work. So let me log in one more time. So I'm gonna log in, and then after I log in, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna work on the help. So I have already created a help page, which doesn't contain a lot of things. It just contains the information about your contact information, because if you work with other admins, you need to provide your email and your phone number so that they can contact you. So here, if I click on help, it's not gonna work. So we need to activate this in the side menu. We need here to have help, and the href is just gonna be help.php. Now if I refresh and if I click on help, it's going to take me to the help page where I display just the email and the contact number. And it's very important to display the email and the contact number so that other admins could contact you. And finally, we need to change here the company name. So remember in the header, we have here the header, we have the header. So in the header, we have here company name. Let me here say, here we have company name. So you can change this to something else. Let me say orange. I'm gonna name my business orange. Let me now refresh, and as you can see, it's gonna here say orange. Finally, it's very important to know that, again, you shouldn't be creating a registration page in the admin dashboard. If other admins will work with you, you need to provide them, you need to give them access through the database. You need to create accounts manually using the admin's table, as I have shown you. You can do that as I have shown you, and then you can provide them with the password and the email, and they will be able to go to the login page and log into the admin dashboard and control products, orders, and see their account and add products. Everything is perfect here in the account dashboard. And again, they will be able to log in. If you click on logout, you will be able to log in, and they will be able to log in. So now that the admin dashboard is perfect, you can now start controlling orders and start monitoring orders and start monitoring your business perfectly. Welcome back. Now it's time to fix a bug that we have in the cart, and it's very important to fix this because we want users to have the best possible user experience. So the problem is that if you go to the website initially, and if you click on the cart, I allowed users to go to the cart even if there is nothing in the cart. And if there is nothing in the cart initially, you will get this error. And this error is because the session has not been initialized. But later, if user adds something to the cart and removes it from the cart, it would work and there will be no problem. This error would not occur because the session would be initialized, but it would be empty, and there is no problem with it. So the problem is that we need to initialize this, or we need to protect the execution of the session in case the session is not set. And to do this, here in the cart, before using the session, as I told you, whenever we use key variables in PHP, we need to check whether they are set or not. So here, in this for each, before we use the session, we need to say here PHP, and then if is set session cart, and then curly bracket, and then I'm going to close the PHP. If the session cart is set, then we execute the for each and display the products, and then at the end, specifically here, I added the code here just inside the table and above the TR. Here, what we need to do is that we need to close it. So to close it, we need to close it here, because here we are using it again. So let me here close it first. I'm gonna close it here. We need to close it here. We need to say PHP and then close the curly bracket. However, we need to create another protection here. So here we need to say if PHP if is set session total, then we display the total. However, it's better to say cart because we don't want to the total would be 0. There is no problem with it, but it's better to be consistent. So If the cart is empty, it means that the total is 0. We already took care of this, so you can use cart or total. It's gonna be the same because they are related in some way. If the cart is empty, it's gonna be 0. Let me now refresh and show you that the error will be gone. So as you can see, the error is gone and it's perfect. Now it's perfect. And another thing that we need to do is that, as you can see, if you refresh, you will get this error, and this error is because we have the session displayed twice, so we need to remove the session start from here, and it's better to add the session start at the header. So let me open up the header. Let me open up the header in the layouts. We have the header, and in the header we need to add the session. We already have the session, so we don't have any problems here. If you should remove it from here and add it in the header, because the header will be included in every single page, almost in every single page. And you can even here include the server connection. You can say here dot dot and then server connection, in case you just want to make sure that the server connection will always be here, or you can include it in every single file you want. So it's up to you to do this, or to include it in every single file that uses it. Let me now refresh and show you that the error will be gone. So as you can see, there is no error. So there is no error, and the error will not be there at all. So it has been removed. And every single page now works perfectly, and our website is just perfect. Welcome back. Before publishing your e-commerce website, it's very important to make sure that everything is working perfectly. And you also need to know that the process of maintaining your e-commerce website is continuous. So you'll always need to revise your code in case you want to add more features, or in case you want to remove features, or in case you want to edit features. But before publishing it, you need to make sure that everything is working. So one of the most important things that we need to fix before publishing the website is that in all pages, in almost all pages, I'm using the session, and the session is included in every single page like this. And instead of including it like this, I'm going to remove it from every single page. I'm going to remove it from here, and I'm going to remove it from here, also from here. I'm going to remove it from here, also from here, and from here. Here I'm not using it, and from here as well we don't have it, and from here as well we need to remove it from here, and we need to remove it from here. We don't have it here. We don't have it here. So we don't have it here. We don't have the session start here. And here payment, we at the top we have it, so we need to remove it from here. And from the registration, we also need to remove it from the top. And here as well, we need to remove it from the top. And finally from this page. So now what I'm going to do is that remember in the header I already added the session here. I said session start, and I'm going to include the header in every single page because every single page already uses the header. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to move the header I'm going to move the header at the top. I'm going to move the header at the top. So in the header, let me show you the header. The header, we have the session start, and we need to include the header in every single page. So I'm just gonna copy the header and then pass it at the top. I'm gonna display it at the top rather than here. So I'm gonna remove it from here and then add it at the top in every single page. So here is gonna be the header is gonna be here. And also in all of these pages. So here, account, I'm gonna say header at the top, and then I'm gonna remove it from here. And make sure that you don't include the header twice. you would only need to include the header once. So let me also move it from here and add it at the top. And in every single page. So I'm going to pause and then I'm going to come back to you once I'm done. So I have the header in every single page. As you can see at the top, header here, and header here, and header here, and header here, and header here in every single page at the top. And the header itself, the header page itself, this header has the session at the top. So this is how it works, and let me now show you what is going to happen if I save and let me head on over to the browser. So now in the browser, let me refresh, and as you can see, if I go, for example, to the cart, it's perfect. If I go to the shop, it's perfect. You can go to the account, you can log in. Let me log in and check that everything is working. Email.com. Let me log in and make sure that just everything is working. So it's working perfectly. There is no problem. Here there is no problem. So everything is perfect. Even the payment page is perfect. Everything is just perfect. And it's also important to very important to know that you can create a separate file for the session. For example, instead of adding it in the header, you can create a separate file and include the session in it if you want to do this. But I recommend doing this because this is easier. You just need to add it in the header, and then the header is already there in every single page we have.